We're about to start. May I ask you to take your seats and please don't be shy. Please come closer. Come closer to us. Thanks. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, dear participants, colleagues, a very warm welcome to the second day of the BioTrade Congress. I'd like to welcome all the participants here in room 17 in Palais des Nations, but also welcome the online participants who are joining from across the globe. BioTrade is everywhere, so it's nice to be joined from everywhere. My name is Isabelle Valentini from UNCTAD, and I will guide you through the day. We have another very rich day ahead of us, and we will continue the good conversations we had yesterday. I'm very pleased to start with a concrete discussion, a very hands-on conversation on the regional BioTrade achievements. And to do so, I'm giving the floor to the moderator, Marianne Kettunen from UNCTAD. Marianne, over to you and your panelists. Thanks.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you, Isabelle, for the introductions. Indeed, my name is Marianne Kettunen, and I would love to welcome you to the first session of the second day of the Congress. I work with the UNCTAD BioTrade team, but this session is actually led by a good cooperator of the UNCTAD BioTrade team, that is the Helvetas Swiss Intercorporation. And Helvetas is an independent Swiss development organization with a history of 50 years. And for the past 20 years, Helvetas has been working with actors across the biodiversity-based supply chains in the Southeast Asia. And the work has been trying to introduce the concept of biotrade into the regional supply chains. And from trying, they have definitely went into succeeding. So the work of Helvetas in Southeast Asia, Helvetas and partners, has led to the establishment of significant new exports of biotrade products in the Mekong area, with positive impacts to both biodiversity and also people and well-being. And that's what we are here to do today in this session. We are here to share impacts, achievements, lessons learned from the biotrade activities in the Mekong region, and to showcase how these sustainable markets have supported the local environment, biodiversity, and communities. We'll have this session consisting of 3 parts. So we'll start with 3 scene-setting presentations from experts from Helvetas and partners. One of them will be a video presentation. Then we will be moving on to highlighting lessons learned and good practice through a conversation with some of the Helvetas experts. And finally, we'll be ending with exploring issues related to policy action and support with colleagues from the ministries. We have a great lineup of panelists here, and they will certainly help us to get to a concrete level of what biodiversity-based trade, biotrade means in practice in countries around the world, this time indeed in Mekong area. I'll be introducing my speakers and panelists as I go. So without any further ado, I would like to bring forward our first scene-setter panelist, who is Jos van der Zande. He's the Program Manager and Market Systems Advisor at Helvetas, and he'll be setting the session by outlining the main achievements in the BioTrade project in Southeast Asia. Jos, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Marianne. Yeah, so my name is Jos, and I'm based in Hanoi, actually, living in Hanoi, traveling very frequently to the 4 countries that we are working and living. Next slide, please. So the original BioTrade project is now in the second 4-year phase of the program, and it is actually funded by the Swiss Secretariat for Economic Affairs, SECO, and implemented by Helvetas. The total contribution of SECO is actually almost 4.5 million. And the goal of the project is really to promote growth of sustainable trade that benefit people and the environment through BioTrade. Now you see here, actually, I wrote BioTrade with a big B and a small t. It's always a little bit of discussion I have with UNCTAD, if it is big T or small t, but in our case, we actually, in our project, we usually use small t, because it's really, yeah, we use all different kind of voluntary sustainable standards. The project is actually implemented in 4 countries. So it is in Vietnam, in Laos, and in Myanmar. And we have also a few activities in Cambodia. All in all, we deal with 25 different value chains. And I write here 48, but according to our latest figure, we are a little bit over 50 companies, export companies from the region that we are working with. Now, the next slide, please. Let's go directly into some of the results that we have. Here you see the total volume of, in US dollars, of exports in different kind of products. And then you see immediately that the big red one is Vietnam. And this is, cumulative, I should say that. So it's from the beginning of the project phase until December last year. And then you can see already that Vietnam alone, we exported over 138 million US dollar. If you compare that to the next biggest one, that is Myanmar, it's 8.16, followed by Laos, and then Cambodia. Now, of course, our strategy was to work really with the bigger companies. So if you look at this total amount of 138, the biggest, and next slide, please. Here we can see what are the different kind of value chains we have been working. The purple one, or let's say the other way around, the green one are value chains that are UABT certified. And the purple one is any other VSS, voluntary sustainable standards. So they can be either EU organic, USDA organic, Japan organic, but also Fair for Life, Natuurland certification. So we have a whole range of different kind of these VSS. You can see that the biggest value chain is actually cinnamon, followed by cashew nut and star anise. So if you look at the cinnamon and you put those, the UABT certified and the, let's say, other VSS certified products, you are already close to 75 million US dollars. So that is almost half of our export is going into these value chains. UABT, all in all, we work with 6 companies that are really certified UABT, and there are 3 different value chains, as you can see also on this slide. The biggest one is cinnamon. We export over 21 million US dollar, then followed by star anise, that is 350,000, and benzoin. Benzoin is a product that goes into the perfume industry in France. Next slide, please. This slide indicates actually what is the investment of local companies. I said in the beginning that the total contribution that we receive from SECO is a little bit over 4.5 million. And here you can see it again, it's cumulative data, but since the beginning of the project, you can see that local companies investing in these sustainable trade, if you add it all together, it's almost $10.5 million US. So you see actually that local companies are investing, even more than our project does. These investments they can be cost for certification, but they can also be processing, expanding processing facilities, expanding farmers, so the production area, having more contracts with more farmers, etc. So the second biggest investor is actually Cambodia, and then followed by Laos and Myanmar. Next slide, please. Now, this is actually one of my favorite slides. It's a little bit a complicated slide, but somehow I still like it. This is the situation where we were in June 2022. We worked roughly with 12 service providers or that they have been working with, and 8 of them were really used. You see, the paid by the companies at that time was $8,000, and paid by the project was $25,000. So clearly, companies didn't have much appetite yet to really pay for different kind of services. The services are actually at the right side, at the left side of the slide. So you see here, they could be services for sustainable value chain, business processes, or trade intermediation. You see, the trade intermediation at that time was actually still zero, because June 21 was still time of COVID, so people couldn't travel. And typically the trade information is that we bring the export companies to trade shows and prepare them to attend that. If you go to the next slide, then fast forward to the end of 2023. And here we see we work already with 77 service providers, of which 72 really provide services to companies. But what is interesting is to see here paid by the companies actually is already over 500,000, and paid by the project is 369,000. So you can see really that there is really a big change in what companies want to pay for services. And again, if you look at the left side, these services can be, now you see, for example, trade intermediation. The purple one is again what companies are paying. That was 231, and the project was paying was, for example, trade intermediation only 100,000. So you can see here also for the different kind of services, clearly companies have a bigger share. The next slide, and that's straight away my last slide. If you go really to the conclusion, so you can see that within our project, BioTrade showed really a tremendous increase in phase 2. Our target was actually 14 million, 1.4, that we promised to SECO in our log frame. Now we are at the end of December, we are already at 153. So that is more than 10 times what we expected in the beginning of this phase. We also did some studies on the awareness, and here we can see that the awareness on the importance of biodiversity really increased. But what is a little bit challenging is that there is a lot of, especially in the cinnamon sector, which is our biggest value chain, there is there's a big monoculture, and that is quite a risk. You can also see there is a clear behavior change of the companies in awareness on BioTrade and willingness to pay for services and invest also in biodiversity friendly models. My next 2 speakers, they will talk a little bit more about that. But the big challenge is that how can we convince farmers and companies to transform from this monoculture to biodiversity friendly models? And how to adapt what we would like to see is a sustainable landscape approach. So not having only, let's say, really monoculture farms, but how to look really at the landscape. And in the end, we do believe that it should not be only the companies and the producers that should pay for this transformation, but so that's what we are trying to do at the moment, try to identify different financing mechanisms to realize this transformation. And here I stop because I saw 2 minutes ago already the 1 minute, so hand over to Marianne.
Fantastic. Thank you, Jos. That was a great scene setter. I picked up over 20 value chains, 50 companies, and an increasing trend from companies to invest, which of course also shows where they see the markets are going. But also, you laid out some challenges that we still are facing, which we'll be tackling also in this panel moving forward. But thank you for that, Jos. I'm gonna move on to our next scene setter. And speaking of companies, I'm going to hand over to Christian de Leeuw, who is the manager of the NetSpice Farmers Partnership Program at NetSpice. And NetSpice is a privately owned group of companies that sources, processes, and distributes sustainable spices and herbs around the world, headquarters in the Netherlands, and sourcing products from Vietnam and India. And Christian is here kindly also on behalf of the partners from Vietnam, I think, to present the case of NetSpice. So, Christian, over to you, looking at the impacts of BioTrade in the cinnamon value chain, particularly in NetSpice.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, let me start over, sorry. Dear Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, let me start with thanking the organization for inviting me to speak. Although I'm now working for NetSpice for the past 4 years, I have an academic background studying marine biodiversity in Indonesia, and I never lost the passion for the subject. And I'm glad looking around here that clearly not the only one. Next slide, please. Sorry, previous slide. I didn't see one here. So, although we are gathered for there should be one in between, right? There seems to be a slide missing, but I'll improvise then, sorry. So, although we're here gathered at the 7th BioTrade Congress, at NetSpice we like to stress that we're not merely a trading company. So, we add value in origin by processing spices and dehydrated vegetables in our local facilities in India and Vietnam. And our mission is to source, process, and deliver in a sustainable way. And one of the spices we produce is cassia cinnamon, which we source in Indonesia and Vietnam, and increasingly directly from farmers. To ensure our growing sales of cassia can be sourced sustainably, we engaged in a project with UBT in 2022. Next slide, please. And the location of this project is In Bai province in the north of Vietnam. And the harvest there is certified from 2023 onwards. By complying to the requirements for the joint certification program by UBT and Rainforest Alliance, we commit to source cassia in a way that promotes biodiversity conservation, respect for the people, traceability and transparency, cultural respect, environmental stewardship, ethical trade practices, and consumer trust. And the partners in this project are IDH, the Sustainable Trade Initiative, and the Center for Rural Economy Development. And what's in a name, I would say, because cassia is really grown typically in remote rural areas by local minority communities, and it's a real chance to lift those communities out of poverty. Some 243 farmers are part of the project, and together they total to about 500 metric tons of product, which at current market prices comes close to $2 million of market value. Next slide, please. So we're very happy with this project. However, now that it's in place, we're not just resting on our laurels. The UBT Rainforest Alliance joint program is great, but it's not an endpoint, at least not how we see it. So in order to further promote sustainability in general and biodiversity in particular, we aim to work towards regenerative agricultural practices. And with partners Helvetas and UBT, we started a project to move away from monoculture and implement growing models that have a lower density of trees per hectare. And this can be done in multiple different ways, like intercropping, promoting soil cover plants, or having live borders with native tree species. And the outcomes of the project should include increased biodiversity, obviously, and also potentially reducing pest and disease outbreaks. And I recall yesterday that during the opening, it was emphasized that we need to go from pilots to scale. And I think in order to scale up, the most important people to get on board are the farmers. Next slide, please. And in order to get those farmers on board, we need to recognize the benefits and challenges for them. And with cassia, there are quite a few in both of those categories, I think. First, cassia is a very unusual crop because it has a crop cycle of 15 years from seed to finally cutting the tree, and then you have to start all over again. So what other food crop, takes 15 years to grow? That poses definitely some challenges because when you run a pilot study, you typically don't have 15 years to wait for the results. Further, also as a more general concern, when prices are high, people can be lured to plant for multiple years in a row, plant a lot of trees, but then 15 years later, when they start harvesting all those trees, there could be an oversupply and prices could crash. But coming back to the specific challenges of implementing new models that promote biodiversity, the most obvious challenge in convincing farmers is the simple calculation they make, right? Fewer trees is fewer dollars. And while things may actually be more complicated in the long term and lower density models might prove to be more profitable, at the start it is really this simple calculation that you need to address. So one of the potential benefits of having an intercropping model with a suitable cash crop is that will provide an income for the farmer as well, with the added benefit of not having to wait 15 years. However, that might not be as easy as it sounds because it's still very early days. Finding those cash crops, suitable ones, is still an early process. So how do we get the farmers on board? Next slide, please. Typically, farmers trust farmers. When you have a working model with existing farmers, that is the best way to convince other farmers as well. But having the farmers engaged and enthusiastic is not just enough. You also need to involve the rest of the supply chain. And as a company active in Vietnam and sourcing directly from these farmers, we know the challenges that poses. Remote areas with logistical challenges, it's a lot of work and it can be costly. If you then also want to pay a premium to convince farmers to implement lower density systems, it means that the end product ideally should also fetch a premium to stay profitable. And there we finally really need governments and consumers on board. Governments to legislate and provide a level playing field, and consumers willing to pay a premium for certified material. Next slide, please. So while there are many challenges to sourcing sustainable, there are definitely also many opportunities, we think. Taking Vietnam as an example, long before regenerative agriculture and agroforestry became buzzwords, many farmers in Vietnam were already implementing these kinds of models because it just works. Combining crops like coffee, black pepper, and fruit trees is very common in Vietnam in specific areas. And with a few tweaks and formalizing these models, they could be recognized as regenerative and maybe certified as such. But we do stress at an important note that agroforestry works, the yields per hectare are often great, but it's typically more labor intensive compared to monocrops. And with labor availability in agriculture becoming increasingly tight in many countries, running farms in these sustainable but labor intensive ways could drive up costs. However, having the regenerative label or other certifications could help fetch a fair price, especially with conscious consumers. Next slide. So to conclude, we're proud and happy to work together to improve sustainability in the supply chain. But sustainable certification is not an endpoint. We're always, striving forward. Agroforestry models can be highly productive, but they are typically more labor intensive. So that also poses challenges in the future. And we think it's crucial to get consumers involved, but also governments. And then lastly, it's not on the slides, but I have to add that, the last few days, I've never felt more welcome at a conference. I think that's partly because you're all very kind people, but I think it's also because I'm only one of the very few representatives of the private sector present here. And at the BioTrade Congress, I think the people actually doing the trade might need a stronger representation. So something to work on for the 8th Congress, I think. Thank you, and I wish you all an inspiring rest of the conference.
Thank you, Christian. Point well taken. But also really greatly appreciating you being here because what I saw on these slides and through this presentation was a very transparent but also credible and clear theory of change from the monoculture issue towards more sustainable, and it clearly can be done, but you have to take into consideration a number of issues while doing it. And I'll be looking forward to perhaps reflecting that then with the government side section of our panel and thinking about the supporting framework in the upcoming few minutes. But Christian, thank you so much. That was great. Third scene setting presentation will be coming through the video from Vietnam as well. So we have Jane Carter, Senior Advisor and Natural Resource Governance. Sorry, that was, yeah, I'm looking at the reading through my, yeah, precisely. No, that was my mistake in terms of my notes. So Lisa Huyen, who is the CEO at the Vinasamex. And Vinasamex is a producer, trader, and explorer of spices. And again, especially organic cinnamon in Vietnam. So through the video, we're going to stay in the cinnamon-scented world of spices for just a little longer to get more ideas from the business side of things from Vietnam, how things are really on the ground. So please, can we start the video?
Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to send my warm thanks to organizers, speakers, and participants of this event today. Lisa, CEO of Vinasamex. We are one of leading company in manufacturing and exporting organic cinnamon, star anise, and other spices from Vietnam. Today, I'm very happy to have an opportunity to be here to share with you about our diversity mission, vision, and commitment with action plan from our business model. First, I would like to share with you some short introduction of Vinasamex. Vinasamex was established in 2012 based on more than 10 years experience in this epoch. We build business model with value chain business model. As the screen you can see, we sign contract directly with 3,000 household farmers in Vietnam, and we train for the farmer, and then we will buy fresh material from the farmer. Then bring to our factory to use our machine and system to do processing. On step in the material area for the farmer, on step in the factory for the worker, we have a document to record on the action and can give the traceability document for each shipment to the customer. And you can see we have so many international certification with our value chain business model. We apply for 4 highest organic certification like USDA, Europe, JAS, and Korea. And besides that, for the factory, we apply for IFS, HACCP, and BRC, that's the International Food Safety Certification. And you know, we also not care about the profit, but also we care so much about the social impact activity. So that's why we have so many certifications express our social responsibility like Farm for Life, and UEBT Rainforest Alliance. With that business model, we can control quality strictly from the material area until we make shipment for the customer. So that's why we have so many customers in the world, especially for the high market. You can see on the screen, we are selling to the Jagermeister, Bombay Sapphire. They are very famous for the drinks like wine or liquor. And we also sell for the tea company, for the cosmetic company, for the beverage, for the medicine company. We also create so many social impact activity through our business model. As I mentioned, we are signing contract directly with 3,000 household farmers in Lạng Sơn, Bắc Cạn, Lào Cai, and Yên Bái province. And we apply for 4,200 hectares with organic certification and many other international certification. So when the farmers, they can do organic certification, we will buy 100% quantity for the farmer at higher price than normal market price, at least 5 to 10%. That is the price we want to give the extra money for our farmer to have a better income. And we have for our farmer to raise income near 20 times. 10 years ago, each household farmer income is only $250 per hectare per year. Until now, each household farmer income is around $5,000 per hectare per year. And almost our farmers are ethnic minority. They are very poor and the knowledge is very low. So we create more training courses for our farmer at least 2 or 3 times per year about the organic, about the fair trade, about the biodiversity, or about the other quality standard. And we also have for our farmer to make some gender equality, because you know 90% of our farmers are women. So we have for our women become more confident. They can learn about the purchasing system. They can learn about the finance control, and especially they can give the decision in the family with the husband. We build many factories in the center of material area. For each our factory, we create at least 200 stops. So now we have 3 other factories. We also create more 600 stops for the local people, besides growing the cinnamon tree or other trees. We also donate money to build roads, to build schools, and contribute the social impact of the local government. So we became the member of UEBT in 2019. When we became the member of UEBT, we can learn and we understand a lot about biodiversity system and action. And we build action plan for our company at least 3 years. Then we train for our farmer and our local government to understand and contribute and also do together with our company to make the biodiversity. We create and make the biodiversity friendly farming habit for the farmer. Example, we train for the farmers, they understand they cannot use any pesticides, fertilizers, they grow in the right time, and they also cannot kill any animals on the forest. Besides that, we also train for our farmer, they cannot use any fire on the forest after they collecting to find the roof of the tree or the leaf of the tree. They can keep naturally. After some time, they can become the naturally fertilizer and put more nutrition for the soil. Besides that, we also train for our worker in the factory. We separate into 3 types of waste tank in the factory. And we also have the system to make the smoke from the drying system to make the fresh smoke when we drop out into the environment. And we also use the water to washing the cinnamon. And when we're washing, we also have a tank to keep the water and make it clean before we drop out into the environment. And especially before we use coal to make a boiler for the drying system. Now we use cinnamon wood and cinnamon leaf after we extract essential oil for the drying system. And we also contribute money to build the hazardous waste tank for the farmer in province because they are very poor. So sometimes they drop waste, not good for environment. So we train for them, and then we also contribute money to help them to have a big waste tank, and all the people they can bring waste there to drop to protect environment. And eventually we received so many support from Habitat about the became the member of UBT to understand about biodiversity, and we also apply for Rainforest Alliance. And besides that, now we also receive support from Habitat to build biodiversity friendly cinnamon farming model. We not only grow for the cinnamon trees, but also we grow some medicinal plants such as Mondrian, official list, and Conarium trees in the forest. Example, we do with 1 hectare, and then we grow 968 cinnamon trees. We grow 298 Conarium trees, and we also grow 364 Morinda official list tree in the same material area. So we hope this is a new, but it can be very good biodiversity friendly farming model. And if everything is okay, then we can expand the material area, expand this model into 10 or 100 hectares in the future. So that is some action, some main action with our biodiversity action plan. And we hope in the future, Vinasummit continue create more and more social impact, especially for environment and with the biodiversity action plan. Thank you so much for the listening. Bye-bye.
So that was Lisa, and as you could see, we got a really good idea how things are done in practice on the ground, including also references to the Biodiversity Action Plan and contributions to biodiversity. So, and also those impressive statistics in terms of the benefits to the smallholder farmers that I picked up, which was 20 times more income, 90% of farmers women, and 100% of the products bought, which I think gives the smallholder sense of security moving forward, which I've often hear is one of the key barriers to do something like this. So sounds really quite promising and quite interesting. And we now do turn to Jane Carter. Sorry, Jane, that I made you think you had to jump the queue.
I knew that the other ones were coming.
Precisely. But so Jane is the Senior Advisor, Natural Resources Governance at Helvetas. Could we start the slideshow for Jane, please? Super. So, Jane, we're going to move on to talking about discussions on the lessons learned and good practices, building on these scene setter presentations we've just had and what we've heard on the ground. So I understand that you have conducted a number of case studies looking at biodiversity promotion through BioTrade. So just briefly to set the scene, what were those case studies, and did you visit some of these places and locations we've just heard earlier before we go into the actual outcomes of it all? So where were you?
Okay, thanks very much, Marianne. We've got pictures of where I went to, which should be coming up on the screen very shortly. Yeah, so I did two case studies in Vietnam. One was inIen Bai and Khao Lai, so that's Lao Cai. So that's in the heart of the cinnamon growing area, very dense cinnamon monocultures. These are areas where also people, as has already been said, people have made a huge amount of income. So it's really been an absolute boon for these ethnic communities who, I talked with people who said, you know, really, we were hungry when we were small, and now we live in nice concrete houses. If you see the next one, you'll see, you know, huge houses built with the income from cinnamon. So it's clear it's been really a huge success from that point of view. But in terms of the biodiversity, that is another issue. Because cinnamon is just such a great crop for income, there are now these monocultures, as has been mentioned before. And these are plantations which you might have a density of something like 15,000 trees per hectare. So basically, there is just no room for any other species underneath. The picture you see, this is a picture of the relatively young plantations, so that would be about 5 to 8 years old, and you can see there's absolutely nothing underneath. There's no animals, there's no other vegetation. It is completely a monoculture of cinnamon. So and these are plantations which are certified organic, and they are organic from the point of view that there's no pesticide being used, there's no agrochemicals, etc. Also, there's a ban on hunting in the forest, but actually there aren't any animals to hunt that are left anymore anyway now. So that's an area where also Venus Cymex, Ned Spice are looking at these biodiversity action plans. So this is in a number of small areas that we're just starting through the support also of the Regional BioTrade project to support these biodiversity action plans to look at how things can be changed. Then I did another case study which was up further north in Khao Bang, so we can see the next one. This is a completely different landscape. It's a landscape really of a mixture of this karst scenery, the limestone scenery, where you've got these rocky outcrops on which you have forests. There's quite a lot of cinnamon. There's also star anise there. It's sort of quite mixed. Then you've got in the lowlands, you've got more paddy, you've got maize being planted. It's a much more diverse system, and you've also got livestock, because in the areas of cinnamon monoculture in Yen Bai and Lao Cai, there are no livestock left anymore, which means that you don't have the animals' dung to fertilize the ground. I love this picture because the girl was actually herding the buffalo from her motorbike. So, anyway, so there you have the livestock. You have a system actually of mixed star anise and cinnamon in the forest areas. We can see this here. Here, this is star anise, which is much more widely planted. It's a longer rotation crop, often for 70, perhaps 100 years, but it's much more widely spaced, maybe around 400 trees per hectare. Huh? And you can have the goats grazing underneath, other intercropping, medicinal plants, etc. So this is much more what we call a landscape approach. And I think this is something which you can really see that biodiversity has the potential for being encouraged.
Fantastic. Thank you, Jane. So really, opportunities in the encouragement of biodiversity side, but that's kind of where we also need to move towards, while acknowledging that, there's absolutely wonderful achievements already on the welfare side, which, we want to keep as well. So building on that, what were you, or would be your three main conclusion from your experience and doing these case studies, particularly, of course, looking towards the landscape approach and how we can shift towards that?
Well, adopting a landscape. Adopting a landscape approach would definitely be one of my conclusions. But that aside, I think it's very important to recognize that certifying organic is not the same thing as certifying as being good for biodiversity. So if we're really being honest about biotrade, we should really be pushing, as now is beginning to happen, pushing towards something which is truly biodiversity friendly, through, for example, these biodiversity action plans. And the other thing I would say, don't confuse certified organic with biotrade. Try and go towards a landscape approach. And then the third conclusion would be, this is really important also for the future. As far as climate change is concerned, there is greater risk, has already been mentioned, greater risk of pest outbreaks. I think fire could be a potential risk as well. Just focusing all your efforts on one monoculture is very dangerous from that point of view. And economically, of course, as well. As already was pointed out, that these are crops which take quite a while to establish, and so the market can change. And so these farmers who've benefited so greatly could actually be in a very difficult position in the future if things don't change.
Great. Thank you, Jane. And of course, maybe that's also some food for thought in terms of very concrete proposals and ideas moving forward when we discuss, the ways forward in the last segment of the panel. But before that, I would like to bring in Peter Smith. So Peter is also from Helvetas, Senior Advisor on Agriculture and Food. And with Peter, we're going to talk a little bit about a concept called multi-stakeholder initiatives and insights on that. So Peter, we've heard references to multi-stakeholder initiatives inexplicitly in our scene setter presentations, I think. And I know that Helvetas is working currently with UNCTAD on a study looking into the role of these multi-stakeholder initiatives and standards. So can you briefly start by explaining what this study is about, what we are trying to accomplish, and then we move on to the initial insights?
Yeah, thank you very much to present some really preliminary results from a study called, excuse me, the role of multi-stakeholder initiatives to mitigate biodiversity loss and foster biodiversity recovery. Let me first define multi-stakeholder initiatives. For this study, we said at least private sector and civil society organizations must come together, or private sector in companies and governments must come together in a wider setting. So we did a web search on keywords to identify what are potentially interesting multi-stakeholder initiatives for this topic of biodiversity. We identified around 60 potentially interesting multi-stakeholder initiatives working on the global level, but then also with a focus on the Mekong area and on Peru. And out of these more than 60 multi-stakeholder initiatives, together with UNCTAD, we prepared a short list of 14. Among them, for example, IDH, which has been mentioned today, or the Roundtable on Sustainable Palm Oil, or the Agroecology Coalition. So 14 representative multi-stakeholder initiatives, either focusing on a specific topic or on a specific commodity. And with these 14 multi-stakeholder initiatives, we had an in-depth, in-line conversation.
Thank you, Peter. And just to be very clear, including really to myself, is the reason why we are looking at the multi-stakeholder initiatives is because they are the means, vehicles to mainstream or scale up sustainable biodiversity, biotrade, right, precisely.
That's correct. That's one of the potential roles of a multi-stakeholder initiatives.
Super. So then, what were the key findings so far, as you referred to, initial findings of this study?
Well, I was very positively surprised to see that 10 out of these 14 multi-stakeholder initiatives attributed a very high importance to the topic of biodiversity. And several of the respondents explained to us that they have seen an increased importance of biodiversity as compared to the past, and that they would expect an even increasing importance in the future. When we asked them what would be the single most important intervention that multi-stakeholder initiatives can promote related to biodiversity, they said it is sustainable production practices. Regarding their own role, we asked them how do they see their own role. They said, first of all, it's learning and exchanging. The second one is enabling pilot projects around the question of biodiversity. And the third one is advocacy. Astonishingly, the role of voluntary sustainability standards, which have been mentioned several times today already, was rated relatively low, but this had to do with the selection of this sample of 14. So overall, I would say, of course, voluntary sustainability practices, particularly related to commodity-related multi-stakeholder initiatives, are very important. Interestingly, only very few of the multi-stakeholder initiatives said that they would engage in consumer awareness, something which Christian said would be so important. But there were still a couple of examples where they did. We also discussed about the financial gap, the identified financial gap related to biodiversity. And there, interestingly, I think 10 out of the 14 respondents said that they think the payment of ecosystem services is the single most important approach to close the financing gap. Some talked about direct payments, as we know it from Europe. Others mentioned, or at least one mentioned, the idea of biodiversity credits, something similar to carbon credits, which could become to play a role to close the financing gap.
Thanks, Peter. And that's really interesting. It's not the first time I hear about, the role of ecosystem service payments to bridge the gap in this type of situation. 1 minute, one recommendation based on your work. So where should the multi-stakeholder platforms move forward, or how could we use them, for example, in biotrade, maybe particularly vis-a-vis, boosting the biodiversity outcomes of it all? So what's your recommendation?
Well, first of all, I was really pleased. I was really pleased to see the openness and the interest in the topic. And one of the main messages that we got back was that actually private sector companies are looking for advice and for guidance how to address the topic of biodiversity in their operations. And to this end, multi-stakeholder initiatives can play really an important role in exchanging, learning, and then, as you mentioned, scaling up what has been learned. A way to do this in concrete manners would be the landscape approach, which has been mentioned several times already today. An approach where private sector can engage by investing into a value chain. The state can engage by creating the right surrounding, perhaps also pay for environmental services, and where civil society organizations can play a facilitating role. So this would be my key recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Peter, and also Jane. Thank you for these insights. And with these insights and also the scene-setting presentation insights, we're going to move towards looking at the policy side of things as the last segment of the panel. So for that, I would warmly like to welcome two colleagues from ministries. So I have here with me Huang Nhan, who is the General Director Deputy at the Nature and Biodiversity Conservation Agency at the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment in Vietnam. So welcome, Nhan. And we also have Patrick Sieber, who is the Program Manager on Trade Promotion at the Swiss State Secretariat for Economic Affairs, SECO. So Patrick, also warm welcome to you. I have a set of questions here, which I'm going to go through as we planned, but also very much looking forward to hearing your reflections within these questions vis-a-vis what you've heard this morning as well. So please feel free. First, Nhan, question to you to start things off. I've learned that BioTrade is now supported in the national level policy in Vietnam. So there's a policy framework to support this. And for example, in 2017, the Vietnam updated rules under the biodiversity laws to reflect this. So briefly, 5 minutes, could you tell us more about these policies that are in place to support BioTrade? So what's the current landscape from policy side to support it?
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Let me start by thanking Switzerland government, SECO, UNCTAD, for selecting Vietnam as a participating country in the regional BioTrade project, which George just introduced in his presentation today, as well as the habitats on working with the local partners in Vietnam for implement this project. So the project has demonstrated significant results, as we could see in the presentations of the Christian Deleur from NESPI and Lisa Huynh for Venus Summit. So as I said yesterday, so our government support BioTrade initiatives and the national laws such as the biodiversity, environment, forest, fishery, investment, already stipulated various aspects of sustainable exploitation, production, consumption, and trade in biodiversity-based products and services. The government has created enabling environment to support environmental friendly products, and developed scheme to grant certificate eco-label to environmental friendly products. In the law on environment, also stipulates that Vietnam accepts international certifications of environmental friendly products and services which have a mutual recognition between Vietnam and international organizations. Some incentives are under implementation to support environmental friendly products, such as the exemption of or reduce income tax and land renting. However, bio-friendly products and services have been explicit in the guidance of eco-labeling, not very clear. The government also adopted various policies to promote conservation, sustainable use, and benefit sharing of biodiversity in trade of biodiversity-based products and services. The national, as I mentioned, the national strategy on biodiversity until 2030, vision to 2050, that document newly adopted in line with the global environment global biodiversity framework that's adopted in 2022 in Montreal. Give priority to research and develop the markets for bio-friendly products, promotes BioTrade and sustainable production, supplying value chains, sustainable consumption, including the good agricultural practice, organic agriculture, etc. And as I mentioned yesterday, the national strategy for green growth of government also aimed to develop the modern, sustainable, and organic agriculture in compliance with safety standards. All that efforts very linked to BioTrade in terms of the BioTrade initiatives. So regarding your question about the access and benefit sharing, so in 2017, the Vietnam government adopted the secondary regulation on access and benefit sharing, the benefit arising from the utilization of the rented resources. So according to this regulation, when foreign organizations access rented resources for commercial purpose, they should share the benefit to rented resource provider, take into account the traditional knowledge associated with the rented resources. So some companies that assess rented resource like Y plants, for example, with some kind of using some biotech and commercialize products, and they should take into account the benefit for the provider, like local farmers or people, and share the benefit they can earn from the selling the product to them. And sharing benefit help the provider to continue the conserving the rented resource within the countries. To date, we have already granted 8 licenses for ABS, access and benefit sharing. So some update information for your for update information. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Thank you, Nan. I picked up a number of very concrete incentives in the framework, which sounds quite supportive of sustainable biotrade, biodiversity-based trade. And I think, in my next question, we'll be exploring the future and perhaps also thinking about, the landscape approaches and, how we can support landscape approaches as part of this. And I'd love to hear your thoughts on that, by the way. But before that, I'm going to go to Patrick. So Patrick, SECO has been supporting the work in the Mekong region for several years now. So you are well familiar of the region, I think. How does the biotrade align with SECO's regional or national and thematic objectives, including, for example, climate and sustainable landscape objectives? So how does what you've heard align with what SECO is supporting? That's the first question to you.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you very much for this opportunity to be part of this interesting session and the panel. And thank you for the opportunity to highlight a number of aspects about the regional biotrade work in Southeast Asia from a donor government perspective. Indeed, SECO has been supporting biotrade work in the Mekong region for various years already and is happy to see all the progress made that has been impressively demonstrated in the previous interventions. But let's turn to the question about why we take an interest in all of this. And I would like to do so starting with having a look at it a bit from a geographical perspective. And here we have to start in Vietnam. We come back to Vietnam. We hear a lot about Vietnam, although the initiative is not limited to Vietnam, where the program is actually anchored. Vietnam is a priority country for SECO, economic development cooperation, through which Switzerland supports the country in realizing market-oriented and sustainable growth. Activities in our priority countries are guided by so-called cooperation programs that describe the priorities for a time span of 4 years. We all know Vietnam has become one of the most open economies in the world. In the course of rapid economic growth over the past decades, the country made astonishing progress in implementing the Sustainable Development Goals. And we are probably all aware about the amazing successes in the areas of human development, social inclusion, and poverty reduction. But these developments also came with a number of challenges, including an increased threat to the country's extremely rich natural capital and biodiversity, which are threatened by environmental degradation. The loss of natural capital and biodiversity is further increased by the booming economy, rapid urbanization, and more also by the increasingly noticeable consequences of climate change. The pollution caused by the inefficient use of resources results in high costs for society, reduces the quality of life, and hinders the country's sustainable development. SECO's activities in the country are grouped around two major work streams. There is on the one hand the aspects promoting reliable economic framework conditions, and secondly, and more important for our work in the BioTrade, an innovative, friendly business environment that supports the development of the Vietnamese private sector. It is within this second pillar on competitiveness of the private sector and market access that we are locating the BioTrade support. SECO aims to increase the overall performance of the Vietnamese private sector, focusing in particular on small and medium-sized enterprises. They play a key role in economic growth, job creation, and last but not least, poverty reduction in the country. However, many SMEs still face major challenges, including low productivity, a shortage of skilled workers, and insufficient access to financing and international markets. And given the government's efforts to drive the transition to a private sector-led growth model, this is here where SECO can build on its long-standing experience in these areas and help to further increase the competitiveness of Vietnam's private sector. Environmental issues are a concern not only in Vietnam, but also in the other countries in the region. With Switzerland having worked on environmental issues with ASEAN for some time already, and the fact that further member states are priority countries of the Swiss Agency for Development and Cooperation provided a very solid basis for this regional initiative. Let's look at it also from a thematic perspective. Environmental issues and a more sustainable use of natural resources are key elements of the work of SECO's Trade Promotion Division and in SECO's Economic Development Cooperation altogether. As is probably the case with many other donors, our portfolio of activities has so far been largely dominated by activities related to climate change. This is where we have a clear numeric target value about how much funds need to be dispersed during the framework credit that is approved by our parliament. And we're catching up also on the biodiversity front on that. Overall, our work on biotrade and trade and biodiversity more broadly, both the collaboration with UNCTAD at the global level to foster knowledge management, dialogue and an exchange among different initiatives and partners, and the operational work such as the Regional Biotrade Initiative in Southeast Asia allow to combine different key approaches that we consider to be key for our work. And I'm very happy that we came across several of these already in the interventions before. Let me just mention the issues of voluntary sustainability standards, multi-stakeholder platforms, but also the landscape approaches that have been mentioned more than once already. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. And that indeed then bodes well for the directions we need to be taking moving forward. So priorities line up with the recommendations we are hearing as well. So that's quite promising. Nhan, I would have to come back to you again. So let's talk about a bit more of the enabling framework in Vietnam. So you mentioned a number of policy instruments, but of course, in all of this, awareness building, awareness raising is also key. So what are the key concrete enablers that you feel we still need in Vietnam to move forward in the context of the awareness raising, but perhaps also in the context of the landscape approach and multi-stakeholder approaches that we've been hearing? So would love to hear from you as a final thing moving forward. What are the next steps on the wish list?
So regarding the next step for create the enabling environment for biotrade in Vietnam, we have some recommendations as following. The government should take steps to uptake lesson learned from the biotrade initiatives and develop the program to support bio-friendly products and services within Vietnam, such as a scheme for labeling and certify bio-friendly products and services, linking with the eco-labeling and promoting existing certification process. Why we emphasize this? Because in policy, we have incentive to support the environment-friendly product through the eco-labelings. But we have a lot of like efforts, and with the international certification and the local companies benefit from the assess the market that have the demand on BioTrade products. But inside the country, government also have an incentive, but the linkage between those efforts not very clear. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that we should provide guidance and training for private sectors and certifying organizations on the national policy and legal framework on conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity. They should be aware about the situation on conservation, biodiversity and conservation efforts in Vietnam. So they put their effort in the context of the country and understand why they need to protect biodiversity, what kind of biodiversity they should protect in line with the priority for conservation, in line with the specific environment, the place, the producer, I mean the company working in. And also the information on priority of conservation, such as what kind of species, ecosystem, landscape, as you mentioned about landscape approach. So the project site in some kind of landscape is a conservation landscape or is a production landscape, and what is the key thing that they should pay attention on conservation, and also the methods and technique for monitoring and conservation of biodiversity. I think a lot of companies, it is very weak because it's very technical. So they should have a closely cooperation with counterparts, especially the conservation counterpart, to help them to understand and to carry out activities on that aspect. Otherwise, without technique, without knowledge, it's very difficult to conserve biodiversity. It's a very difficult issue. It's not like selling some goods. So that is the issue. The third thing, to help them to identify the markets for bio-friendly products and services, and to promote and promoting access to those markets. It's not easy for local companies. We work with different producers and farmers in the buffer zone of protected area. So if they have a good livelihood in the buffer zone, they can reduce the impact on the protected area. They can develop their products, but it's very difficult to sell that product to the market. Even their product follow the guidance, not sustainable harvesting, or maybe less using chemical, for example, and using traditional knowledge. And they come up with some products, and how they can sell that product to the market. So it's the issue. So the third thing. The fourth thing, that is, we talk about a lot of models for providing the mutual benefits for economic and biodiversity aspect. But what kind of model? Because I think that the companies usually implement some model that increase the income, and high zero products. And if we can encourage them to have a model, biodiversity friendly model. So what kind of model that can meet two criteria, economic and biodiversity? It's not easy. Yeah, because trying is risky, and the company had to pay risks if they take some model that not have a certainty in the providing the higher or high product, and not sure about the biodiversity conservation. So if we have some model, good model in the neighbor countries, so let's transfer, let's show. So it's the question. So I think maybe need a capacity building, need a support in to provide, to guide them the appropriate models. And next is the incentive for specific bio-friendly products and services. So this maybe come from government. So link with some economic incentives and capacity building program from government. So basing on the existing regulations, so we need to take next steps to concrete it, to interpret it into practice, and provide and develop some incentive, as I mentioned about the income tax or land use tax, etc. And the last is the awareness raising on the importance of biodiversity and the social responsibility of private sector in conservation and sustainable use. So it's a link, very linked with the global environmental biodiversity framework that's adopted. And in the one among the 23 targets of the framework, I think there's a different objective relevant to these issues, that the responsible of the private sector in the conservation and the reporting system to their efforts, their contribution for conservation, and also raising this awareness about the important biodiversity and about their responsibility. Yes, so we should recognize their efforts through the and support through incentive, but from themselves they also show up their responsibility to society by engaging in the conservation of biodiversity.
Thank you so much, Jan. I can see sitting next to you here that you have a lot of very obviously knowledgeable, but also deep insights into this, and also clarity in terms of what is pragmatic and practical and what is needed to move forward. So that's very useful. So thank you so much for these. Patrick, turning to you for short question, couple of minutes. What I have here on my notes is the question about the role of public funding and bilateral aid moving forward. I'm translating that to myself in a way that, Patrick, now that you've heard all of this, you go back to your desk. What's you going to be doing next? So, but yes, moving forward, the role of SECO and SECO's plans, and what are your thoughts?
Thank you very much for this question. And well, yes, definitely a lot to take back to the desk and a lot to reflect on. And particularly happy also to hear very concrete ideas from the colleague from Vietnam about going forward, what is actually needed, because I think that's where we can chip in and where we can hopefully somehow support. Without going into specific elements, I think the needs for public funding are likely to be quite high also in the future, but let's face the reality. I think public funding and bilateral aid has been rather scarce already in the past, and it will probably also be so in the future. So let me just mention a few principles that I think have been relevant up to now and will probably even become more relevant in the future in this context. There's an urgent need to make sure that we utilize the limited financial resources that we have available in the most strategic way possible. And we have to really always ask ourselves, what are the elements that cannot be covered by other funding sources? We really have to define very well our niche. This is particularly important because sometimes we tend to forget that the landscape of financing instrument, other than bilateral aid, has greatly improved over the years, and we should look at this whole picture. There's a further aspect that I would like to highlight, the fact that we are using taxpayers' money in the field of international cooperation, and when fostering sustainably sourced biodiversity-related products, we also have to remain fair when it comes to equal treatment of partners, in particular also working with the private sector. So we have to avoid any kind of market distortions with our activities. Thinking this through, we tend to land with elements that are important for systems to work properly, but which tend to be overlooked or less attractive for financing by governments or by the private sector. Often these are elements that have a sort of a communal character. And I think many of these have been elements we have been focusing on already in the past and will probably also continue to do so. Traditionally, they include elements such as making available resources for pilot and proof of concept type of work, then fostering the exchange of knowledge and experience. I think we heard that also as an important aspect, and investing in targeted capacity building and development efforts. And then also the aspect about setting up and facilitating platforms that allow relevant stakeholders to meet and jointly develop visions going forward in their sectors, setting clear targets to be jointly achieved, and figuring out who is going to contribute how. So it's this convening, this bringing together and providing platforms where this can be discussed. And I personally see that we have a field that we have to do more also thinking about using public money to leverage additional financial resources. And to close off with, I would like to remind ourselves that bilateral aid is more than just financial resources. And I think we also have to take into account elements that we can use beyond, let's say, the financial aspect. I'm here particularly thinking about policy dialogue that can happen and all these elements which are also relevant, I would say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Patrick. And with that, we are bringing this first session of the second day to close. I would warmly like to thank my panel, my experts, all of you. I think what we provided to start the second day off is a very clear evidence of success, of what biotrade can, and biodiversity-based trade sustainably carried out can deliver. We've been also transparent about the challenges that still are there, but we've also provided, I think, a credible theory of change forward, and also many very concrete recommendations what we can be doing next. So I think it's been in that many criteria, a good panel. So with that, thank you to you all. Thank you also the audience listening online and also here in Geneva. And with that, I will hand over to Isabel. Thank you.
Many thanks, Marianne. Yes, we can give them an applause. Indeed, many thanks, Marianne, to you and your very inspiring panelists. Moving on to our second session, where we will be zooming in on Africa and Africa's transition to a greener development. And to do so, I'm very pleased to invite and welcome Her Excellency Ambassador Josefa Sacco, Commissioner for Rural Economy and Agriculture of the African Union Commission. Please, Madam, I'm inviting you to the podium, and I'm also inviting Mr. Hartmut Meyer, who will be conducting the conversation. Hartmut from ABS, I believe most of you know him already. Please, over to you. Thank you. Hartmut, you have the floor.
Yes, okay. Hello, good morning, everybody, excellencies, participants and colleagues. Well, I think this session we focus on Africa, and we have like a talk between the two of us. And I think Her Excellency is going to give us a short introduction to the topic. So please continue.
Thank you. Thank you, moderator. Good morning, every one of you, excellencies, esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen, and all protocol observed. Once again, I would like to thank you for inviting the African Union to participate in this panel to navigate about our transition to a green sector. So let me just give you some brief of the recent achievement that this continent has done in terms of really looking at the development agenda, which includes, of course, the thematic that we are discussing here this morning. The African Union the African Union has been made a permanent member of the G20. I think this is an advantage for us because now we are sitting on the table and we put our problems and we'll advance the way the other regions are advancing, because we're excluded. It's only one country that was member of the G7, the G20, which is the Republic of South Africa. When we look at the importance of being, a full member on the G20, I think we are going to make much more progress than just being the students, on having bad score. I think our score is going to improve with this opportunity that was given to us to also sit and bring our own concerns. So the development has been broadly welcome for giving the continent an important voice on key global issues, like just what we're hearing on BioTrade. We are not so much advanced. We don't have much experience. So I think now we will have more opportunities to build a lot of global issues. The G20 represents around 85% of the global GDP and 75% of the global trade, as well as 2/3 of the world population prior to our joining the African Union in this group. So 2/3 of the population are member of the G20. That's an important platform of multilateralism that we can table a lot of issues like poverty, climate change, debt, and also energy. So I think this is an opportunity for the continent to really, be serious, be organized, and take our journey towards these important things. As I said, that is only South Africa that was the only member, but what these we mean to us is to further fuel the need for sustainable action to help African countries establish a green development pathway. We want to work with all our partners like UNCTAD, South Commission, WTO, ACPs, etc., the EU. We want to work with all these partners. We've been having a lot of a good partnership with the EU, so I think this is a time for us to really strengthen our cooperation. To establish this goal, I will proceed with few specific examples of the type of collaboration and partnership that we are taking forward. Much of African population depend directly on biodiversity and ecosystem services for our livelihoods. Natural capital accounts for between 30% to 50% of the total wealth of the most African countries. The development of this sector will enable African countries to seize the opportunity for local value addition while capturing the growing consumer preference for biodiversity friendly product and services. The BioTrade initiative, for instance, was launched in 1996 by the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, UNCTAD, and aimed to foster trade and investment in biodiversity to further sustainable development in line with the 3 objectives of the Convention on Biological Diversity. Over the past 2 decades, BioTrade activity has been implemented in over 80 countries globally, of which 20 countries are in Africa. BioTrade partners and practitioners work in various sectors and value chain, including personal care and the food industries, including argan oil, baobab pulp, honey, marula oil, and shea butter. The African Union is ready to work with UNCTAD to promote BioTrade in Africa. Thank you.
Yes, thanks a lot. And I think I would like to connect to this to your statement and also to what was said yesterday. So I think one of the elements we are talking about here is actually the benefit sharing principle of the Convention of Biological Diversity. That principle received huge attention during the 15th Conference of Party of the CBD in Montreal in 2022. And actually one of the 4 goals of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework is devoted to benefit sharing. So the benefits shared out of the use of genetic resources and associated traditional knowledge shall be increased significantly until 2050. That's the goal. That's, I think, a huge task put on the tables of all members of the CBD. And I think I would like to ask you, Your Excellency, how could the African Union Commission support the member states in that task?
Thank you. As I said, that the route for this transition to a green development appears for us to navigate. It's very difficult and is bumpy as well as surprising us with dead ends, because we know when we are looking at the current triple planetary crisis, it's really hampering us to advance on the existing policies and strategy that we have at the African Union Commission. We need to start implementing those strategies. Immediately after the Kunming declaration that came, Montreal framework, the global biodiversity strategy, African Union is the first region that we started engaging in building our own African Union biodiversity strategy and action plan. We have it, but the problem is that how can we get through the experience with other institutions like UNCTAD, the BioTrade Coalition? How can we go advance and start implementing? We need to implement it, but before we implement, we need to work with our member states to domesticate our own African biodiversity strategy, because it is aligned with the global strategy. We do not, run away from inventing the wheel. The global strategy allowed us to build, but we contextualize it with the African content. So we contextualize it of what we need, where do we have to go in order to really protect our biodiversity that we have in the country. So it's still a challenge, but we believe that, like it was said at the previous panel, the access to finance to implement this thing, it's an issue. But we at the African Union, we are telling our member states that they should also, raise domestic funds for us to start implementing it, because we need it. It is urgent. It's an urgent issue because the biodiversity loss is one of the issues. Nature and biodiversity loss is one of the issue. The issue of the crisis, the triple planetary crisis. So if we want to do something, we have to address it, because this is an urgent emergency issue. So we need to really be serious, and committed to go and also fetch from some good examples, good lessons of institutions that are already working, mostly our northern partners, the global north. You have a lot of experience on the conservation of the biodiversity. So I think that's the way forward that we are looking for, because our homework we have already done. We have the policies and we have the strategy. So now is the implementation to put it into action, what we did. Thank you.
Yes, thanks a lot. And actually this biodiversity strategy was endorsed by the African Union Summit, and a resource mobilization plan has been drafted by your office. So I think that is something where we also, like the GSZ or our ABS initiative and many others, then could come in implementation. And also I think that a lot of us have experience in Africa and also with the African Union Commission, and I think we can put that together to really foster the implementation. And I think yesterday you made a very interesting statement on that 80% of the African food has been put on the table by women. And I like to extend that also to BioTrade, because I also think that the vast majority of all these biological resources which are in BioTrade are harvested or planted, collected by women. But this is at least our experience, when it comes then to selling this to the collectors, this will be done by men usually. So the money is then in the hand of the men, and they also will take decision how to spend it. And I think that is something which I also like to highlight. So how is the African Union Commission working on empowerment of women? What are strategies which we can use also in the context of the Global Biodiversity Framework, which has a strong focus on gender equality?
Thank you for this brilliant question, which is my passion. When we talk of women, I'm really passionate, mostly women in agriculture, because I know how they suffer to feed us and that they are not valued. So the summit in 2029, our summit, the head of state and the government summit, we adopted a strategy on gender equality and as well as gender empowerment, and an action plan of 2028, 10 years action plan to implement. And I think if we implement this strategy, we will get equality, because it is women gender equality. So why do men have access to some things like finance, microcredit, land, and women don't have? But if the government start applying this one, so this injustice, this imparity will go. It is automatic, because there is already a continental framework to finish with this type of injustice, inequality for women in any sector. So we at the African Union, each department, technical department, like my department is the Department of Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy, and Sustainable Environment. So each department should take this instrument, this strategy, and align it with mainstreaming on all we do on the sector. Me today, I am working more on women in agriculture. Women in agriculture, we don't mean that just a crop. Agriculture is a big A, is a food security, and it involves all the sectors. It involves livestock, it involves crops, it even involves fishery. So all this blue economy we're talking about, it is about agriculture. It even involves also, when we are talking about rural development, the land issue. which is an issue, and even land degradation. So it's a big agricultural aid. So then that's why we have to mainstream gender, in all these sectors, so that we can, give access to women and give access for a value. Okay.
Yes. Thanks. So I see this is one of your passions. Yes. It's good.
And
So
another one also, let me just talk about the question of AU diversity, biodiversity. We also have the African Union Biodiversity and Action Plan, the National Gender. This one we are trying to put it, work with our member state at the national level. Let them also build a national national gender plan for plan of action for biodiversity. This instrument will be really capital for our member state to start implementing all the agenda of the biodiversity on the continent.
yes, thank you. Yeah, because in the end, it's up to the countries to do the action on the ground. So the last topic that also played a role yesterday is about the blue economy. So we had this seaweed panel, which was very interesting, and we heard this His Excellency Colin Murdoch from the Organization of the East Caribbean States talking about advances in seaweed value chain. And we also had Nicola Dyer from the Seaweed Coalition pointing to that. And I think research shows that there's around 2,000 seaweed species in Africa, which are, many of them are used in other countries, but Africa is actually lagging behind that. And I think it was a very interesting suggestion by the ambassador to go for an interregional exchanges for capacity development between stakeholders which are more experienced and others which want to go there. So that could be also something the African Union could support with others, I guess.
Thank you. Yesterday, indeed, I participated in this important panel, and I got a lot of information. It was very insightful and very informative, and I think that I will really buy in the proposal of Ambassador Murdoch, that is talking about interregional, because we are here to change mostly the global south. We need to really work more together in order to change all these values that one region is doing against another. I think it is important so that we can have interregional exchanges to promote seaweed's value chain. We also have to also seize the opportunity of some partners that are working with those regions, like the Caribbean. They are working with this region to come and support us, because as you said it, we discovered about 200 species of seaweed in Africa. So we really need to unlock this potential and go forward and start really implementing these important biotrade on the continent.
Yes, thanks a lot. That was a very informative talk, and I think we should start from here and try to build some coalition alliances amongst the participants here, the organizations. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your kind attention. Merci.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. We all felt the very dynamic leadership. I hope that the online participants also could really feel the energy and the passion. We now have a special session announcing the launch of 2 new publications, and to do so, I'd like to invite my colleagues, Lorena and Santiago, to come here to the podium and guide us through the session and the special announcements. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Isabel. Good day to everyone. Esteemed colleagues and partners, we're here together to launch two exciting new publications that were developed by UNCTAD and its partners. The first one that we will be launching today is on the UNFA's partnership that was developed jointly with the United Nations Forum on Sustainability Standards and UNCTAD BioTrade on voluntary sustainability standards. And BioTrade is there a connection. And we are really happy to be here with my colleague Santiago Fernandez de Cordova, who has been leading up all this process when we started to develop this publication together. And he's the senior economist and responsible for voluntary sustainability standards in UNCTAD, and also the coordinator of this platform, UNFSS. So, Santiago, you have the floor.
Thank you, Lorena. It's really an honor to be here to launch this publication. And at the outset, I would like to thank the BioTrade team for this very excellent collaboration with regards to this study, but not only with the study, but also with the other many activities that we carry together, and maybe we have some time to reflect on them. At the outset, just to mention that in UNCTAD, we do pay a lot of attention to trade policy tools that can help us achieve sustainability, and one of those is obviously voluntary sustainability standards, which you probably have encountered through your work or in your life, as we see them more and more often in our daily activities. Voluntary sustainability standards are a market-based tool to maybe address some of those sustainability concerns that we are facing today. And of course, biodiversity is one of them. UNCTAD leads a platform of 6 UN agencies, which is called the United Nations Forum on Sustainability Standards. It's a platform composed of FAO, ITC, UNEP, UNIDO, UNECE, and us, UNCTAD. I don't know if I forgot. Did I forget anyone? No, I think so. I think we have all of them. And in this platform, we've been working for over 10 years on the impact of voluntary sustainability standards on sustainable value chains, and of course, its impact in the field with regards to the developing countries' trade opportunities and also developing countries' concerns in addressing sustainability. Now, today, we're here to sort of launch this study, which looks at the title of the study is Exploring the Links Between Selected VSS and UNCTAD BioTrade Principles and Criteria. And why we decided to carry out this study was because we seen in our work, in our research, the BioTrade Principles and Criteria had a lot of commonalities with some voluntary sustainability standards, which of course some of them are also even represented in this room, and it would be interesting to sort of look in a more comprehensive manner what is the link between them and how this link can be explored and expanded so that we can expand the opportunities of both the UNCTAD BioTrade Principles and Criteria and VSS in themselves. I do have to mention that the study, it is based in Sustainability Map from ITC, which is obviously a fantastic database, which has very comprehensive information about voluntary sustainability standards. So it comes from a very reliable source and, of course, directly from the standards themselves. Now, just before I let the main author present the study and launch, just to mention that today, as we think about biodiversity, today we're really faced with sort of new paradigms inside how we're facing sustainability concerns. One of them, obviously, is what we heard about sort of the deforestation legislation initiative by some member states, the European Union. We also heard about due diligence regulations and initiatives with regards. And this just shows and puts at the forefront of the discussions both the value of sustainability initiatives, sustainability standards to achieve some of those environmental concerns, some of those economic concerns, and of course, biodiversity. And this is something that it's coming together as we face the triple crisis that we all hear much. So here in UNCTAD, we stand to work together with the BioTrade program we're ready here in through the UNFSS platform. We hope to continue this collaboration. We hope to continue capacity building. We hope to continue research as much as we can so that we can sort of achieve the goals that we're set for. So with this, I will just leave, if I'm correct, there's going to be a video shown, and it's my colleague Rupal Verma. She's in India right now, and she has recorded a video as the main author on the publication. She's an expert on sustainability standards for a number of years and has wide experience in this type of exercise that you will be seeing. Lorena, over to you.
Thank you very much, Santiago. And it has been really a very insightful and rich collaboration we have had with UNFSS and BioTrade. And we are really eager here to hear the findings from the main author. So go ahead, please, with the video.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 7th BioTrade Congress. As introduced, I'm Rupal Verma. I have been working as a consultant for UNCTAD for 2 years now, and I was involved with working on the report on voluntary sustainability standards and biotrade principles and criteria, understanding the connection between them. Today, I will be sharing a bit of the results and what we discovered during our work in this report. So for that, I will share my screen so you can see some of the slides and also understand what we did during this exploratory work. Perfect. So we worked on a report where we tried to understand how VSS, going forward here, voluntary sustainability standards, connect to biotrade. I will be talking about the methodology and the results, and also I will touch a bit upon the scope for future work following the work that we've already done here. So for the methodology, we chose 11 voluntary sustainability standards, which you can see on the screen. All 11 of them are in the ITC standards map. And if you observe closely, they're one from each sector in the standards map. So we cover something from agriculture, tourism, organic fisheries, and other commodity sectors by selecting one from each. And then we try to understand how they relate to the biotrade principles and criteria, for which initially we selected the keywords from the minimum eligibility requirements and the PNCs of biotrade. And then we try to link these keywords with the requirements that voluntary sustainability standards have, which tells us whether the requirement links to these minimum eligibility requirements and PNC or not. And based on that, we analyzed the 11 selected VSS. So if there were keywords that were matching the requirements, we would say that the VSS covers or is linked to the specific MER or PNC in consideration. And if not, then of course it's not covered. It will become clear as we see the results down the line. So the first set of results for the minimum eligibility requirements, which you can see on the screen, is that we saw that almost all of the standards have some or the other links with the minimum eligibility requirements. You can see here, for example, UEBT has links with all of the minimum eligibility requirements. Same for Rainforest Alliance. And one example of these, if we've seen in the previous sessions, that one of the minimum eligibility requirements is having a non-GMO commodity produced, and that is something that is covered by most of the VSS that are working in the agricultural sector. Similarly, one of the MERs, which also was discussed in the previous sessions, is about human rights. And all of the voluntary sustainability standards, they have a mandate to have sustainable production, as a part of which they have some or the other element of human rights or labor rights that they have in their requirements, by the virtue of which they are linked to this MER. That's how we did the mapping, and we found out the links, which you can see here on the screen. Next, we also tried to understand the links with the principle and criteria of biotrade, where we saw that almost, not really almost, actually all of them have links with all the principles which are covered by biotrade. So all the 11 VSS have links with all principles that BioTrade has. Where we could see a little bit of variation was really at the criteria level, which you can see on the screen now, where we see there are many links with 1.1, 1.3, 2.1, 2.2, 5.1, 5.2, 6.1, 7.1. All of these have very high links, whereas for some, there's very few linkages. For example, for 2.3, we saw few 3.5. And these were majorly considered, let's say, for example, there was one on climate change. So most VSS that was selected, they do have some elements of climate change, but voluntary sustainability standards don't really outrightly have requirements on climate change. So there were fewer linkages that were observed by the methodology that we selected. So there were links with all principles, but there was some variation at the criteria level. Now we saw all of this, and then the idea was to understand how this can benefit, this linkage that we see, how this can benefit for users, for the producers that are already complying with VSS. And there we could really highlight some areas where voluntary sustainability standards can aid BioTrade. For example, in the minimum eligibility requirements, which I already spoke about. So for example, if there is a producer who's already complying with the voluntary sustainability standard, for example, UEBT, which already covers non-GMO activities, by virtue of that, inadvertently, that producer also is in compliance with the BioTrade minimum eligibility requirement on non-GMO activities. Likewise, there was also a lot of links with VSS requirements on restoration of high biodiversity ecosystems, protection of endangered species, and human rights, where compliance with one could also help foster or further the links in compliance with the other. Similarly, for the principle 1 of BioTrade, which is on conservation of biodiversity, we saw that sustainability standards, they enable biodiversity conservation and protection, because they also further sustainable production practices, which I also already spoke about, through which one of the elements is to protect the components of biodiversity and promote restoration and conservation. In addition to that, they also, they promote mainstreaming products that are in line with this objective. So this is how they already further the BioTrade principle 1. For the principle 2 on sustainable use of biodiversity, there's also a very important element of voluntary sustainability standards, which is on sustainable consumption, which is what they further in a sense through their labels and their traceability and accountability mechanisms. For example, you might have many times seen the frog on a lot of coffee products, which is the Rainforest Alliance, by virtue of which you can already see that the product has been sustainably produced, and you, or as a consumer, you can also already relate that you are furthering sustainable consumption. So if that is the idea through which they are already promoting sustainable practices, they're also promoting sustainable use of biodiversity, which is in direct link with BioTrade principle 2. The next we saw for principle 3, which is fair and equitable sharing of benefits. There's a very important element also of VSS, in addition to sustainable production practices. A lot of VSS have, or they promote providing the producers with price premiums, which is a price that you get when you produce a commodity sustainably, and then you sell that commodity. So if unsustainable or a classic commodity would be sold for an X price, something that's certified by VSS is likely to sell 2x price, for example. And this is the amount that is given to the farmers, which is the price premium. And this is something that helps them, use this money for producing more efficiently, more sustainably, but also helps them get more market access and get them more access to commodities which are required for producing sustainably. So this is how VSS are furthering the BioTrade principle 3. What we saw also for principle 4 and 5 is that there was a compliance with national legislation and respect for actors involved in BioTrade activities. For the legislation, most VSS already derive their requirements from international and national requirements, legal requirements. For example, through the ILO regulations, they derive the requirements, and that is how they already link with these principles. on human rights and also for national legislations. Lastly, for Principle 7, which was on the criteria to use natural resources with the right of the owner, we also saw that most VSS that we selected, at least 11 of them, have requirements for free, prior, and informed consent of local communities, which was in direct link with BioTrade Principle 7. So through all of these alignments, we could see that there is a lot of overlap between voluntary sustainability standards, requirements that are outlined by them for compliance, and the BioTrade principle and criteria, and the minimum eligibility requirements. Based on this, which is a desk study which we did, there is something that must be highlighted, that must be seen, is that, of course, when we did this exercise, everything looked great. There was a lot of potential for further work. There was a lot of potential that could be seen on how both voluntary sustainability standards and BioTrade principle and criteria, they overlap, their work overlaps in a lot of thematic areas. However, what needs to be highlighted is that, of course, we captured at least one standard from each of the ITC standards map. This is still something that needs a broader research, a broader set of standards to be analyzed to get more in-depth results. And also, this is something that an exercise which we did based on desktop research, where there was a sort of a benchmarking exercise done to understand the links between the voluntary sustainability standards and the BioTrade PNCs. Whereas this can even be strengthened if we try to find out the actual evidence and we try to see what is actually happening on the ground in terms of work done by voluntary sustainability standards and the evidence of the work or the changes that are brought about by them, and then how they can further reinstate or strengthen the BioTrade PNC and vice versa, is something that still needs a little bit of research. Thank you so much, and thank you for your time. Thank you for listening. If there are any questions, I will still be in the chat, so I look forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Santiago and virtually Rupal, for sharing the insights of this publication, that it not only shows further in detail our BioTrade principles and criteria, but it also shows that there is a connectivity between voluntary sustainability standards and BioTrade. And I would really like to thank all the collaboration we have had with UNFSS, and we hope that we really look forward to continue working together and see how do we use the platform and also voluntary sustainability standards to help address biodiversity loss. Thank you very much. I now invite thanks very much. And before that, maybe I also like to see this, and you can download it, and it will be shared through for WebEx participants. This is the publication, so looking forward if you can download it from there. And I invite now my colleague, Ana Cipriano from UNCTAD's Competition and Consumer Protection Branch. Please join. Very much. Thank you very much, Anna. Now we will be moving to the launching of our second publication, which is called Empowering Change, Unleashing Policy Innovation Towards Global Sustainable Consumption. This publication was developed under the Post-2020 Biodiversity Framework EU Support Program, which is implemented by Expertise France. Now I give the floor to Anna to share us about the insights about all this work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lorena. Thank you, colleagues. I would like first to greet everyone here present, authorities, colleagues, and experts. It is my pleasure to co-present this launch of this publication entitled Empowering Change, Unleashing Policy Innovation Towards a Global Sustainable Consumption. And this was a pleasure also to collaborate with this publication to include the consumer perspective and how consumer protection can be a tool to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. So aligning with the 7th BioTrade Congress theme, Global Governance for Trade and Biodiversity, Empowering Change, pivots our attention to an innovative policy strategy that could accelerate, let's say, the whole of society transformative actions to achieve the global diversity framework targets for mitigating waste and biodiversity loss while promoting sustainable development and consumption. So to put things into perspective on how this issue is not only important, but also urgent, this publication spotlights current data on uneven global consumption and waste against the threat of a finite planet and expanding a global population and consumers. So this publication invites us to look into the growing role of consumers and their protection as a transformative action to live well in harmony with nature by 2050. So to hear about the details of this publication, I would like to invite our colleague Maria Durleva, who will be presenting the key findings via video presentations. Over to Maria. Thank you.
Can we show the video, please? Okay.
Greetings from London to our colleagues in Geneva and to all those who have joined us online. First of all, I would like to thank the BioTrade Initiative team of UNCTAD for facilitating the launch of our publication at the 7th BioTrade Congress. I hope that we all have a fantastic and productive remaining time at the Congress. I am very honored to present our publication titled Empowering Change, Unleashing Policy Innovation Towards Global Sustainable Consumption. It is a document developed through the support of the project Post-2020 Biodiversity Framework EU support, as implemented by Expertise France and generously funded by the European Union. This publication seeks to put a spotlight on the transformative solution of consumer protection to reduce waste, mitigate biodiversity loss, and recalibrate our approach to global sustainable consumption. But before I present the 3 key messages of empowering change, this publication could not have been possible without the invaluable contributions of our partners and contributors, including Consumers International, the Working Group on Biodiversity and Consumption of the One Planet Network's Consumer Information Program, and also special thanks to Anna Cipriano and the BioTrade team from UNCTAD. Also, Clark Garrett from UNEP, Kosta Breslavsky from the Consumer Information Program of the One Planet Network, and last but not the least, Chaturvedi A from Consumers International. Their expertise and insights have been crucial in shaping this publication. I am now delighted to share insights with you. Thank you. In introducing the first key message of empowering change, we delve into the question, how can consumer protection become a transformative action to drive sustainable consumption and mitigate biodiversity loss? Exploring the global consumption patterns and the theory of change, the publication reveals that more than half the global population now forms part of the consumer class, a group set to swell further fueled by digital market expansion, resilient in the face of economic health and geopolitical disturbances. The intensifying climate crisis and the unequal global strain on resources spotlight the pivotal role of consumers, particularly in wealthy nations with substantial consumption footprints. It is crucial to acknowledge that while less affluent countries bear the brunt of vulnerability, mindful consumer choices hold the power to enact widespread change. This paper asserts that genuine sustainable consumption must confront these imbalances as well as demand-driven side issues such as intention-action gap, which is the disconnect between eco-conscious awareness and actual consumer behavior. To bridge this gap, a theory of change is suggested employing consumer protection measures to advance sustainable consumption. This will be through the collaboration of governments and the private sector, promoting a suite of strategies that integrate the consumer's economic, ethical, cultural, social, educational, and technological considerations. Moving on to key message 2, we highlight the crucial partnership between governments and the private sector in mainstreaming sustainable consumption to mitigate biodiversity loss. This partnership is framed within the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, or GBF, specifically in targets 15 and 16. The GBF envisions a future where we live in harmony with nature by 2050, with targets set to be achieved by 2030. Yes, that's 6 years of urgent action from now. Setting our eyes on the GBF vision, we envisage a balanced approach that integrates the health of biodiversity with economic and social prosperity. Governments are tasked under Target 16 to empower consumers with education and accessible information to make smarter and more sustainable choices, aiming for a future where everyone consumes more responsibly by considering that we all live in a planet that has resource limits. Simultaneously, GBF Target 15 points out that all businesses rely on nature in some way, but often do not realize or report how they affect it. Target 15 stresses the importance of businesses understanding and sharing how they impact biodiversity and the risks they face from its loss. The target also highlights the key role of governments in making it easier for businesses to do this through clear rules and support. As expected, there will be challenges and time is running out to reach targets 15 and 16 by 2030. Do we have a potential solution to address them? Key message 3 brings us to the core of the publication on the synergy of the UN Guidelines for Consumer Protection, or the UNGCP, and the GBF targets 15 and 16. Unfortunately, many existing consumer protection laws do not fully address sustainable consumption. Designed to be adaptable to the diverse context of the UN member states, the UNGCP frames sustainable consumption as fulfilling our current and future needs in a manner that balances economic, social, and environmental sustainability. As a practical tool to implement GBF targets 15 and 16, our study found 5 key complementary actions for governments and the private sector to consider. First, sustainable consumption. The UNGCP supports the transition to sustainable consumption patterns, directly complementing Target 15 by encouraging practices to reduce impacts that exacerbate biodiversity loss. Number 2, legal and policy frameworks. The UNGCP provides a blueprint for crafting legislation and policies that uphold consumer rights whilst fostering sustainability, aligning with the objectives of Target 16 on informed choices and transparent practices. Number 3, business engagement. Emphasizing transparency and compliance, the UNGCP highlights the role of businesses in biodiversity conservation, complementing Target 15's call for corporate, especially the big ones, responsibility and sustainability practices. Through number 4, consumer protection from misleading information and practices like greenwashing, the UNGCP enhances the effectiveness of Target 16's aim to empower consumers for sustainable choices, complemented by 5, education and information, which is important in narrowing the intention-action gap, especially with the growing number of digitally savvy consumers. This echoes Target 16 by providing consumers with essential knowledge and tools for making environmentally responsible choices. I will now hand it over to my dear colleague Ana Cipriano, who will wrap up our presentation. Thank you for attention.
Thank you very much, Maria. Exactly. As Maria well said, we have the United Nations guidelines for consumer protection, providing a real roadmap for member states, for governments, for consumers, for consumer associations to implement consumer protection laws and policies. But I will ask the colleagues to show our tool, the World Consumer Protection Map. As UNCTAD, it has the mandate on both competition and consumer protection. We are the ones monitoring the implementation and development of the integration of the United Nations guidelines for consumer protection. And these two, we have the UNCTAD World Consumer Protection Map, shows that we are actually lagging behind when it comes to achieving or including sustainability into the consumer protection policies. The next one, please. So here we can see that from the 108 countries taking part in this initiative, only 18 have cooperation in sustainability. Only 32 have consumer protection legislation, which includes sustainability, even though the United Nations guidelines for consumer protection, it has an entire section H on achieving sustainability, and throughout the guidelines, the term sustainability is mentioned almost 40 times. So as Maria well said, essentially integrating this document, the United Nations Guidelines for Consumer Protection, with the Global Biodiversity Framework targets 15 and 16, will streamline the efforts towards sustainable consumption and consumer protection, because we have to consider that having a proper environment, a safe environment, products that are safe and services that are also safe and sustainable is also a consumer right. So this paper acknowledges that the various influences on consumer behavior may affect effectively this combination, United Nations guidelines and the Global Biodiversity Framework implementation. But one important message remains. Accessible and affordable sustainable choices are essential to make sustainable living viable and intuitive choice for everyone, as we are all consumers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Anna, and also virtually Maria for the enlightened interventions that show us also how this guideline from UNCTAD, the UN Guideline for Consumer Protections, complement and can boost the implementation of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, particularly Target 15 and 16. And also it shows there's also a space for us if we want to promote the sustainable consumption and how it can impact directly biodiversity, and particularly the comments that Anna mentioned about the consumer protection policies. We need to work together to see how sustainability can be further mainstream, and also the consideration for biodiversity, because we need to provide consumers with accessible and affordable choices that are biodiversity friendly as well. So I also wanted to highlight that within this publication, you also see how BioTrade is cited as an example of a practical tool to promote the UN guideline for consumer protection, but also the global biodiversity linkages, especially on sustainable consumption and resource efficiency. And last but not least, I also wanted to highlight that within BioTrade, we're not only working on the production side, but we need to also work on the consumption, because that's where we can make also a change and promote an incentive for our producers to actually pay the price for biodiversity conservation products. And in this, we want to mention the work that we are being involved. One of it is the initiative that we are a co-leading organization of the Working Group on Biodiversity and Consumption as part of the One Planet Network's Consumer Information Program, jointly with the Forest Stewardship Council. So, thank you very much, Anna, and we hope all of you share our enthusiasm about these two publications that were launched today, in addition to the one that we launched yesterday about seaweed. And we encourage you not to only download them, but also exchange ideas with our speakers here in the room, but also online, and to learn more about the issues highlighted in these publications. Thank you very much. Back to you, Isabel.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We indeed now have 2 additional interesting readings on our list. And for the last panel of this morning, I invite Mr. Kush Lohenga and his panelists to the podium, please. Mr. Kush Lohenga is the Executive Director of the Union of Ethical BioTrade, and he'll moderate a session on accelerating business contribution. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good morning or good afternoon almost for everybody. Let me just, this session is indeed going to look at the global biodiversity framework. We're going to be looking at business and biodiversity, and we're going to be looking at the role of BioTrade in this. And we're doing this together with a number of panelists. So next to me is Alejandro Bagnol. He works at the Bioeconomy and Green Business focal point, or he is the focal point, the Green Business, as part of the Green Business Office of the Ministry of Environment and Sustainable Development of Colombia. Next to that is Qingqing Lu. She is the lead Champions for Nature in the World Economic Forum. And finally, we have Friedrich Surheide, who leads the Bio-Innovation Africa project at GIZ. Before entering into a discussion, I would like to share a number of slides with you and provide some context. And then we're going to have a panel discussion, and we're also, of course, going to invite all of you to contribute as well. So if we can please have my slides on. Right. So maybe a couple of words first on my role. I'm the Executive Director, Union for Ethical BioTrade. This session is organized together with GIZ, which is one of the important partners of our organizations. Next slide. And UBT is actually created as an organization in this building with the purpose of involving more business into BioTrade. This was already back in 2008. We have a vision as an organization, a world in which all people in biodiversity thrive, and we focus on supply chains, on sourcing of ingredients that come from biodiversity. And we currently have 176 member companies that all commit to the BioTrade principles and criteria, that commit to implementing those criteria gradually in their portfolio of ingredients. And as you can imagine, those are thousands of different natural ingredients. And there's a number of leading brands and international processing companies, but the majority of our membership is local processing companies. In the morning session, Lisa from Vina Samex was speaking. It's one of the typical companies that is member to UBT, small, medium-sized enterprise. Next slide, please. So we've heard already on a number of presentations today that in Montreal in December last year, the Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework was adopted. It's now called the Biodiversity Plan. So that's how we should call it. And it's widely recognized that for the first time, business is playing played a very important role in the Conference of the Parties, in COP15, but also within the whole framework and the vision for 2030, there's a clear role for business. And this is the active participation of business is partly thanks to the great work that the World Economic Forum and partners like Business for Nature have been playing in creating a coalition of companies that actively participated. And as was mentioned also in the previous presentation, Target 15 focuses particularly on private sector, asks companies to disclose impacts and dependencies. But of course, there are various targets that require private sector action, from sustainable agriculture, sustainable consumption, restoration, and trade in wild species, for example. And all of that then needs to be, the impacts and dependencies needs to be disclosed, as mentioned in Target 15. What is important, however, is that sometimes it is forgotten that finally the biodiversity plan is implemented by the members of the CBD, and they are implemented through the national biodiversity strategies and action plans. So it's finally through those action plans that also private sector involvement and that policies need to be created. Next slide, please. So in addition to the biodiversity plan, there's other reasons why business is generally rising, or biodiversity is generally rising on the business agenda. One is the recognition that climate change and biodiversity conservation need to be seen as one. As Inge Andersen, the executive director of UNEP, said, it's biodiversity, climate change are two sides of the same coin. There's also a growing attention for the issue of biodiversity in due diligence requirements. The EU Green Deal, the due diligence directive has just been adopted, although watered down. Still, biodiversity is an important element in that. Stakeholder expectations, consumers, investors are asking for more attention for biodiversity. The Global Reporting Initiative just launched a revised standard on biodiversity. There's, of course, TNFD for investors. And there's also a number of tools that are becoming available for companies to look at their biodiversity footprint, or, for example, UBT is working with something we call a biodiversity action plan that guides companies on the local level to further implement and strengthen biodiversity measures. Next slide, please. I think what is important for everybody to realize is this new concept of double materiality, which is interesting. Before, when companies were doing a materiality assessment, they looked at their own risks and opportunities with respect to environmental issues or biodiversity. In the double materiality approach, they also require to look at what their dependencies on biodiversity are and what their impacts on biodiversity are. And this, I think, for all of those that are working on biodiversity, this provides an opportunity. Next slide. So basically what we did last year as UBT, we published a study. It's a deep dive on beauty and biodiversity. We looked at the experience of a lot of our member companies. We interviewed them. We did a survey in the sector. In the beauty sector, we're quite strong in terms of beauty member companies. And we did this in partnership with the World Economic Forum and also supported by GIZ. And we have a number of kind of messages that came out of this. Next slide, please. That we put forward. One is, the first message is that biodiversity is an opportunity in the sector. So yes, you need to reduce a potential negative impact through, for example, alcohol that comes from beetroot or comes from sugarcane, or palm oil that has of course deforestation annotations to it. But there's also a real opportunity to create positive impact. Positive impact in, for example, areas that are rich in biodiversity, that companies can communicate around the issue of biodiversity, the lavender in France, or the products from the Amazon, for example. Next slide, please. The second message is, and I think for the people in the room, this is quite clear, but as companies need to figure out what their impacts and dependencies are, they need to understand this. So for this sector, the real impact on and dependencies on biodiversities are in the supply chains. They are really in the sourcing areas. Of course, there also needs to be work done at the level of the operations, and what is happening when the consumers use the products. But the real impact is in the supply chains, and that of course links to the work that we're all doing here around BioTrade. Next slide, please. The third message that we bring out in the report, which is very, very important, is the need to consider people and biodiversity at the same time. If you look at the business and biodiversity discussions at this moment, they very much focus on biodiversity as such, and they don't make the link sufficiently to the people that are involved in the protection of biodiversity. We had a session on Asia earlier. We talked about the farmers and what are the incentives for the farmers to protect biodiversity. We need to consider this. We need to consider local knowledge. And we also need to look at kind of what are the conditions under which people participate in the supply chains. So a key importance, and it's interesting, I think, in yesterday in the session from Latin America, the ambassador from Brazil, I think, and also from Embrapa, they mentioned social biodiversity as a concept, and that really brings the two issues together. And it would be interesting if in the business and biodiversity discussion, the people connection is not forgotten. Next, please. So this means for us that there's a number of priority actions for business. First of all, there need to be at the highest level of the company, at the boardroom, there needs to be a clear commitment to people and biodiversity. There is a business case for action on biodiversity, but specific targets need to be set in supply chains, first of all, and not just on the larger volumes, not just on the palm oil and some of the other commodities, but also on the smaller volumes. And what is important as well is that there needs to be a focus on biodiversity and not just the drivers of biodiversity loss. We had a very interesting example of cinnamon earlier today in the monoculture. If the focus is on land use and reducing the land footprint only, then monoculture cinnamon plantations would be preferred, but they are not necessarily biodiversity friendly. So we need to look at crop and genetic variety, we need to look at the quality of ecosystems, and we need to bring this in. And this is a point that is potentially being lost, because if you look at, for example, the science-based targets, they focus on very important land use, CO2 emission and pollution, but the issue of biodiversity itself is not so strongly considered. There's no target on this particular issue anymore. So it's one of the things that needs to be looked at. The second message, next slide please, is it's important to include biodiversity in due diligence. This is an example that comes from our risk database. We have a risk database for our members. This is an ingredient that comes from Brazil. It's called carnaúba. You have probably never heard of it. It comes from a native palm tree in Brazil, endemic to the northeast of Brazil. And most of you at this moment, in one way or the other, are using it because it's part of your mascara, it's part of your lipstick, it's part of your shoe polish. Polish or the polish that is used in cars, or if you use, for example, if you like sweets and you eat M&Ms, your M&M is coated with it, or if you eat the little Haribo gummy bears, it's also coated with it. And it's one of these ingredients that normally doesn't come up on the radar, but there's high biodiversity risks, there's high human risks. The Brazilian government sees this as modern slavery practices are involved in this supply chain. So if you take into account people and biodiversity in your due diligence, these are the type of supply chains that will come up where action needs to be paid, in addition to, of course, the bigger commodities. Next slide, please. Finally, it's important to really work with your suppliers, with the local supplier companies. If companies identify issues, don't cut and run, don't disengage, don't disinvest, but work together with the local suppliers and the farmer communities on finding solutions and on finding good practices. And I think, yeah. So looking ahead, what we are basically trying to say is kind of what in the biodiversity plan, what is the role of these biodiversity-based supply chains? How do we make sure that they're considered? How do we make sure that the views of the local actors and the farmers are properly considered? How do we create enabling environment, and what is then the role of the National Biodiversity Action Plans in this? And I hope that to some of those questions, the panelists can speak in the little presentations that they've prepared. Thank you very much. And with that, I would like to give the word to Jingqing, that will say a couple of words on the work that the WEF has been doing in this context.
Thank you, Rick. Very happy to be here. My name is Jingqing. I am the lead for Champions for Nature community at the World Economic Forum. So I also prepared a few slides to set the scene. First, I would like to talk more about why business needs to care about nature and biodiversity. So next slide, please. We have seen that, as Rick pointed out already, that the call for business action on biodiversity has never been louder, and we actually see 4 different driving forces. So the first one has been mentioned a lot today, of course, is the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. The second part is we see more and more global guidance and standards. The third part is the financial institutions, including banks and investors, are exerting pressure on businesses. And finally, customers and employees from the different parts of society are also asking for more actions. So let me dive a little bit into each of these dimensions and provide a bit more statistics and facts. First, on the Global Biodiversity Framework, I think we are all very aware of the Target 15, which explicitly calls for mandatory assessment and disclosure for large companies, and also to reduce the negative impact on nature. So this is a key follow-up point for COP16, which we all know is a COP to start implementation. The second driving force is different global guidance and standards. So Rick already talked a little bit about TNFD, for example, SBTN. TNFD is the Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosures. They released their final recommendation in September in 2023. At this year, actually, they also launched their first cohort of the early adopters at Davos in January, which says there are 320 companies already committed to intend to adopt TNFD framework and align their disclosure with the TNFD framework before the financial year of 2025. The second one is, we all know the International Sustainability Standards Board, ISSB, also announced that they are going to incorporate considerations of nature and biodiversity into their standards. Third one, of course, we're here in Europe, and EU's ESRS is in place. Companies need to consider ESRS starting from this year. And finally, on target setting, Science-Based Targets for Nature, SBTN, released its first guidance on freshwater and land target setting last year. So a lot of these guidance and standards are now in place, which give guidance for business to take actions. The third dimension is on financial institutions and investors. Here, I want to highlight 2 examples. The first one is Nature Action 100, which is a coalition among institutional investors to engage with companies and policymakers. And the second one is Finance for Biodiversity Pledge, which now has more than 150 financial institutions with more than 20 trillion euro in assets to align their investment and finance activities to nature goals. Lastly, we also see a big trend from customers and employees. Actually, here, a recent study shows, for example, 85% of the consumers indicated that they have shifted their behavior to be more sustainable in the past 5 years. And I didn't have a bullet point here on employees, but Gen Z and the younger generation of employees have listed that sustainability is a key consideration for their choices of employers. So just to recap, we have seen that business needs to respond to all of these driving forces and take actions on nature and biodiversity. But how do they get started? Next page, please. At the World Economic Forum, we collaborated with 2 other organizations, Business for Nature and WBCSD, to develop sector-specific guidance for the 12 global sectors that you can see on the screen here. So we developed guidance for sectors from agri-food, built environment, chemicals, cement and concrete, energy, fashion and apparel, financial services, forest products, household and personal products, travel and tourism, waste management, and water utilities. For all of the 12 global sectors, what we did in the report is, first, we summarized the most material impact and dependencies from this sector on nature and biodiversity, because assessment on impact and dependencies is the very first step to understand the sector's relationship with nature. And then through consultation with companies and also NGOs and other stakeholders, we also recommended priority actions for each sector. Noted that every sector has their own very specific and special actions they need to take. Also, Rick already mentioned, we collaborated with UEBT and developed a deep dive on beauty and biodiversity as part of the sector transition to nature positive reports. Actually, here I have put a QR code, so you can scan the QR code to read the reports. This will lead you to the website on Business for Nature, and you can see all the 12 sector report on the Business for Nature's website. I'll just stop here in case everyone wants to scan now. Lastly, before I end my presentation, I want to highlight what Rick mentioned also is the role of business in the National Business Strategy and Action Plan, NBSAPs, because we all know this is the ultimate. NBSAP is important to implement the global biodiversity framework. So we have actually with Business for Nature developed 8 call to action for companies and governments to work together and including business role in the NBSAP. First, in the NBSAP, we recommend to recognizing the importance of business and finance actors to include a baseline analysis of the national situation on business, finance, and biodiversity, to develop clear business strategies, sectoral action plan with a monitoring mechanism, to propose a coordination mechanism between the business and government for NBSAP, to define a clear roadmap for Target 15 and Target 18, to include a robust finance transition plan, and finally, to develop a mechanism to integrate the non-state actors' commitments and actions into NBSAP. All of these actions are recommended, and you can find them on the Business for Nature's website. Let me just stop here, and I look forward to the further discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And it's inspiring to see how much business action there is and how much drive there is towards this. From that higher level, let's go towards you, Friedrich, to maybe provide some perspectives from your side based on the work that you're doing with the BioInnovation Africa project in particular.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. And thanks for being on this panel. I'm the project coordinator of BioInnovation Africa, which is a BMZ-funded project, the Federal Ministry of Development and Economic Cooperation. And I'm going to change a little bit the cruising altitude and share some of the experiences we're having on our BioTrade-based project. So BioInnovation Africa actually is a project that supports BioTrade, or as we often say, biodiversity-based value chains as a means itself towards conservation, sustainable use of biodiversity, but also the other half of the coin, the local development, including jobs. And thereby also as, let's say, the underlying principle, the BioTrade principles and criteria. Next slide. So I had a very complex illustration before. Now we have a very simplified one, just to make the point about the value chains that we're working on. And when it comes to these value chains, it's necessary when supporting them to take a holistic look at them and to understand which steps in the value chains there are and where the bottlenecks are. this is very simplified, and there can be many more intermediary steps. But the idea about this is that you need to look at, on the one hand side, the production level, the resource in which, and the ecosystem in which the resource is embedded, and the question on sustainable production, harvest, and cultivation on the one hand side, and not to forget then the farmers or pickers, collectors that are responsible for that. Then the next step is the ingredient side that that goes towards the processing, and there are many processing steps, as we know, such as pressing an oil, for example, marula oil. In this case, this is baobab, and a lot of other requirements such as quality standards, and to have the proper documentation, and then the dossiers in order to be exported, to then end up in the target market, which in our case is we're working in 4 countries in Africa with companies from Africa as well as European companies, to then be further processed and valorized. And then to have the compliance in place, such as ABS compliance. And then there are a lot of other steps towards then ending in the shelf of the supermarkets or other specialized shops. So the idea about that, there are bottlenecks, and what is the role of development cooperation, or also just as an example, our project. There are a number of conditions that we need to set in order to support partnerships between European and African companies, or any continents in principle, is that there has to be a public benefit in place. So it's a benefit beyond the company, so that we are not, as it was mentioned earlier, have a market distortion, that there is competition. So we made a call for expression of interest to so that the best idea is winning, and that there is also a market pull or market traction, so business buy-in. So as a condition of the partnerships we're supporting, we are expecting the private sector to invest at least 50% of the whole partnership in cash or in kind. And then also to commit to a number of underlying principles, and the backbone of that is the UNCTAD BioTrade principles that we used, and then of course we translate that in every single case. Next slide. So as a result of that 2 calls, actually the project is in its second phase. So in the first phase we had, this is just an example of the companies we have partnered with in the first phase, just to give you an idea on how diverse it is. Diverse in the sense of not only countries, but we have African and European and international corporations, but also in the size and the sector. So it's sometimes small cooperatives like for marula in Namibia, but also large international corporations in the flavor, fragrance industry, cosmetics, pharmaceutics, and food industry. Next slide. This then translates into a number of resources that have been proposed as part of this call for expression of interest. And you can see it's sometimes resources that are not yet out on the market, possibly, such as tetrapleura from Cameroon, where a lot of R&D, research and development, is needed first to get market access. And some niche products, such as Manketi from Namibia, but there are also other, I don't know if we can call it commodities, but at least widely introduced in the market, like marula or rooibos or devil's claw, just to give a concrete picture of that. So next slide, please. I was also asked to talk about the wider context, because the project is not only supporting single value chains, but the question is also, what can we do in the wider landscape of we call it the sector, although sometimes the sector can be only on one resource, on the national level. And it makes sense, following a market-based approach, to look into the factors that are impeding also market access or viability, the market barrier. So some of the challenges, just to name them, is access to information on the market. What are the trends? What is really needed on the target market? Then information on the product and the pre-processed products, what needs to be documented on the supplier level. Then local compliance, not only to mention access and benefit sharing, ABS compliance, but also export permit, phytosanitary permits, you name it. Market compliance, also what the target market then requires. Also, voluntary standards are part of that. And then often neglected the business model behind and the access to finance, which is one of the biggest issues for SMEs in Africa to become viable. This translates then into a number of next animation, yes, of responses that we can imagine and that we, as measures that also we have undertaken to develop manuals and guidelines on the market, export guides, for example, to support in testing, in capacity development, developing standard operating procedures for ABS to make it more palatable or practical. Exposure to trade fairs, for example. And then one of our latest, let's say, construction sites is the development or the tailor-making of financial instruments for SMEs to have access to finance and to thereby also invest into new products for the market. This all is then cross-cut by a number of approaches that we call also sector approaches, where there's a need to not only look at the company level, but what could be done to aggregate, to have an economy of scale and to share challenges. So there are the institutional capacity development on how a value chain works, how a compliance works, to change perspectives from a regulator's view to a provider's and business view is really important. Therefore, dialogue is the starting point of all this, and then this should then translate into more perennial formats such as multi-actor formats. We heard of multi-actor initiatives today, so it's very similar actually. And this then finally needs to also embed into the wider policy framework. And the NB-subs is just one of the instruments, but the NB-sub itself is in a niche. So as we are in a niche, let's get the niche out of the niche and mainstream what needs to be mainstreamed. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Friedrich. And with that, let's go from this kind of more regional, sectoral level to the national level. Alejandro, the word is yours.
Okay, thank you, Rick. I have a presentation too. Okay. Yeah, I have a short presentation about the generation of green and sustainable business as a mechanism for accelerating contribution throughout the biodiversity-based supply chains, because Rick told us about a little or specific points, and in Colombia we have about different topic issues about the green and sustainable business. Next, please. The first one is about the relation between the green and sustainable business, because we have englobed the entrepreneurship, the verified green and sustainable business, and the anchor companies. This is important because 20% of our green and sustainable business is about entrepreneurship. It is based on the scale, on the territory, because in the social framework, we understand all the territory and the communities. So for that, in Colombia, we have the relation, because a strong relation with entrepreneurship. The second one is about verified and green sustainable businesses, because it's around the 80%, because I have in this category natural ingredients and the biomass, because we have in biomass many products about the circular economy, for example. And finally, in anchor companies, we have the supply chain in the all categories in the green businesses. Next, please. This is the categories of green and sustainable business. Remember that I have an instrument of verification in Colombia, Under the 50%, we have the entrepreneurship last verification, because this is three categories: the initial, basic, and intermediate. This is an training with another actors in Colombia, like the Commerce Ministry, like the different NGIOs for the training of this entrepreneurship. In the right hand, I have the satisfactory, advanced, and ideal percent, like these verified and green and sustainable businesses. For that, here it's important because it's the labels or eco-labels that we have in Colombia that are implementing. The anchor companies is the in along the line to the training and the empowerment of the communities in the territories. Next slide, please. This is important because actually we updated the biodiversity action plan through 2030, and it's important because the target 15 is all companies, public or private, large, medium or small, access and report on their dependencies and impacts on biodiversity, both locally and globally, and progressively reduce negative impacts by at least half and increase positive impacts, reducing risks in relation to biodiversity, and move towards full sustainability on extraction and production practices, supply chain, sourcing, supply, use, and disposal. In this target, we have englobed different levels of private sector, and it's a difficult because in the practice we have to quantify the activities dependence of the scale of the companies. So three key messages in this target is the relation between biodiversity and companies. It's important because this relation, Rick said, it is important because we have the companies understand the biodiversity only to a bird, a forest, a tree, but it's important to understand the supply chain depends of the communities. Not only like climate change, we can talk about the relation of risks of the private sector, the financial sector, but in biodiversity, and this homework is very difficult in Colombia specifically. Second is quantify the business risks associated with the biodiversity loss and the production process. We are strongly work together in the risks associated with biodiversity loss because in Colombia we have a big private sector, but we need to transform the businesses. The latest report of the risk index Sendai framework talk about the humanitarian crisis globally, but it's important to talk about the biodiversity because in Colombia we had both of the coin is the climate change and biodiversity with the risks. And third is generate a network of productive change linking green businesses to generate bio businesses. This is yesterday we talked about the bioeconomy, and this is a model to introduce in Colombia for the three green growth, like it's forestry economic, circular economy, and bioeconomy. Next, please. And finally, we have a key message for the COP16 in Colombia. The slogan is Peace with Nature. It's important because the minister is three messages keys. The first one is set targets to conserve and regenerate biodiversity in sources areas. This is generate a model product, sustainable model productive, because it's not only to conservation, it's important to regenerate too the areas for deforestation, for illegal activities, etc. The second one is the relation of indigenous people and local communities, where they are included that care, work, and are part of the conservation process. In Colombia, we have a strongly work with the communities to create the green and sustainable businesses. So here we try to connect with the private sector to supply chain, to the market, to the consumers, but they have to work together with all the actors. And third one is about the bring equity and human rights aspects into all biodiversity measures. So it is important, and the human rights in Colombia is a big tool, but we have to introduce in the BioTrade principles. I know that the BioTrade principles is is a satisfactory criteria in the green businesses, but I have to work together to strong these criteria. That's all, Rick.
Thank you very much, Alejandro, and it's a very important slogan for the COP16 later this year in Colombia. And maybe I can actually ask you a question directly, Qing, about the COP16 and how you are seeing this in terms of business contribution. Do you foresee that there will be, again, a big private sector turnout? Is the interest still there or not? Can you say a couple of words on this?
Thank you. Definitely, we want to see a big business turnout at COP16. We all know at COP15, actually, we have unprecedented business turnout, and it's surprisingly good. But this year, we need to start implementing. So the message will be really wrong if we don't see business at the COP16. So that's why the forum, along with a few partner organizations, are already mobilizing companies to go to CBD COP16. Business needs to play an important role. And second, I want to say, because we are focusing on moving to implementation, and Target 15, as we discussed, is an important one, we are looking for companies to start submitting, publishing, starting to developing their nature strategy. There is a campaign called Now for Nature, which actually there is a very comprehensive handbook to give guidance on companies how to develop a credible, comprehensive nature strategy. And following that guidance, we're encouraging companies to publicly disclose their nature strategy for to inspire other companies to do the same thing. And hopefully before COP16, we will see already a couple of credible nature strategies being published. Otherwise, we have already mentioned, we have seen a lot of movements on the disclosure. So TNFD companies have indicated their intention to align their disclosure with TNFD framework. We know that companies are already piloting with science-based target for nature to set targets. All of these are great business actions. We all want to showcase, inspire, and raise the ambition at CBD COP16.
Thank you. And I hope that those that are present in the room here will also be attending COP16 or preparing for it. We from the UBT side definitely are. Maybe before continuing the discussion in the panel, are there any questions or comments from the people in the room or from anybody that is participating online? Let me give the opportunity for that first. For the questions online, I think I need to look at my WhatsApp if there's anything. Is that correct, Lara? Sorry, I don't see it. Yes, please.
Much to giving me a floor. I'm Madeleine Shea, president of NGO Health and Environment Program, based in Cameroon, also here in Switzerland. I was very interested by the topic of the sitting of Mr. von Heide. I would like to know exactly what you are doing in Cameroon and which kind of product do you advertise. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, just to briefly, the products we have been working on so far in Cameroon is Tetrapleura teraptera. It's a rare species in the south east of Cameroon, to develop a new value chain on it. The same also for Mondia whitey, which is a liana in another area around Mount Bambutos, and beeswax to be organic certified to diversify European customers.
Thank you, Friedrich. And maybe one of the points that we were making in the deep dive was about the importance of developing partnership with the suppliers. What are the main challenges that you have found in the project? Because my understanding is that the Bio Innovation Africa is one of the focus areas is creating the partnerships and facilitating the partnerships. So why are you doing this, and why are companies not able to do this alone?
Okay, there are many answers to that. First of all, there is not a sector in all the countries to that degree that is able to meet all the market requirements and also to overcome the regulatory hurdles, such as ABS compliance. So there's a huge capacity need, and it is not self-understood or no automatism that a European company would invest into all of this, because it's also a structural thing and a general capacity. So it's of course it's a fine line to draw between what is the role of development cooperation and the role of the company, and we're always trying to push as much towards the responsibility of the company. But there are underlying things that would just not turn into business opportunities if you don't invest in it on the producer level. So therefore, it's about having a lost opportunity. And that's why companies approach us with a request of some of the things where we can justify, as I mentioned, the criteria: public benefit, sector benefit, and our KPIs, for example, are not to increase the turnover of a company, but it's about how much hectare is conserved or sustainably managed, how many jobs are improved or created and income generated, and how many benefit sharing agreements have been concluded. That's part of the answer.
Thank you very much, Friedrich. I see that there are comments or questions from the delegates from Togo, Cameroon, and Indonesia. So maybe we can hear them all and then see if there's any response to that from the floor. And I think it was Togo that had the hand up first. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much for the opportunity you give to my country to participate in this event, 7 BioTrade Congress. And I appreciate, as a diplomat, our mission is to understand and to know how to explain and to present our reports to our governments. Receive from here the salute of His Excellency Johnson, the Ambassador of Togo in Switzerland. I have only to congratulate you and to ask if it's possible to send us your presentations, because some of us are weak in English. When we have your presentation, we try to do traduction and to understand more. So if a French speaker spend 1 minute, we have to spend some time, 1 hour, to understand exactly what you mean. But for those 2 days, I'm very happy to be here. So this is the end of my intervention. Forgive me if I didn't speak good. I will perform next week. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And we will indeed ask the UNCTAD Secretariat to make available the presentations. The representative from Indonesia, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and good afternoon, colleagues. First of all, we'd like to congratulate and thank the institutions involved in these panels, WEF, GIZ, and the government of Colombia for their effort and their presentation, and in particular for their effort to accelerate business. We all know that the government is not able to do it alone. We must do it together. And there's one question, and I wonder perhaps from the business perspective, panelists could help me. We had discussions with parties who are not with countries which are not parties to the Nagoya, and they said that they cannot join Nagoya and to support IBS because if, let's say, not everybody is in Nagoya yet, and then the price of the product will be different. So we have some ideas on how the government could address this issue to, to balance the price, because this is related with competition, right? Price competition. And perhaps colleagues, panelists could have some idea on how to address this this competition issue in regard to IBS from the business perspective. Perhaps there are ideas to address this. That's my question. Thank you, panelists and moderator.
Thank you very much. And let's also directly go to the representative from Cameroon.
Thank you, dear moderator. First of all, let me add my voice to that of the previous speakers in commending all the speakers for their brilliant presentation. We also want to commend UNCTAD Secretariat for organizing this 7th BioTrade Congress and express our sincere gratitude for the work achieved so far. I think someone took the floor before me to state our interest on the fact that we have one speaker who's working with Cameroon. This does not at any level prejudge or diminish the appreciation we have from other speakers on what they are doing on the ground. But our remarks or question will be geared at getting to know where are the main customers of these products here in Europe, in your market. Are they located in, for example, in Switzerland or in Switzerland, which cities? We want to know better about the route to market. It means those who are the retailers instead. Or where can we purchase buy those products in the local market here in terms of value chains. This would give us a glimpse of the global value chain and how we can better enhance what has been done. And today, to the panelists, I think it's Mrs. Lu who's working with the World Economic Forum. Cameroon has, I think there's many things happening in Cameroon when it comes to biotrade, in coffee, cocoa. You have so many things happening on the ground. So my question will be, will the World Economic Forum interested in having like dedicated sessions on such trade segment in Cameroon and the sub-regions to organize like a venue, a meeting, a gathering to discuss better on how the policies can address the not only the international commitment of our state, but we are very much interested about developmental impact of those policies when it comes to addressing the social economic needs of our populations. We hear so much about biodiversity, and as I always tell, it's something which is enshrined in root in our culture. But the question is, how do you do this in a better way by addressing at the same time the economic and social needs of our population? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that contribution, and maybe to the panelists, and maybe to start with you, Friedrich. A question about the route to market, and maybe you can also say 2 words about how the project is dealing with the Nagoya Protocol. Because I understand that, for example, in the case of Cameroon, there has been an application on an ABS application permit. No, so maybe you can talk a little bit about that, and then we can talk about the World Economic Forum later.
Some of the products are still not on the market. As I said, it's R&D on Mondia and Tetrapleura, whereas for beeswax, it's already in different products. And one of the things we always try to make understand that is our business partners are often B2B companies that they themselves are selling to B2C customers that then end up in the shelves. So, but in the case of beeswax, it's you could find it in the past in the body shop, but then they became vegan as an animal product, whereas now it is a company from Germany called Veleda, and we are roping in also another intermediary company that's processing beeswax also from Germany called Norevo. If that answers your question. The other thing is that ABS, access and benefit sharing, for most of the products is a necessity. Of course, it's defined by the use, not by the resource itself. And in the case of Mondia and Tetrapleura, we had to undergo and we helped to facilitate a process of negotiating an access and benefit sharing agreement that is acceptable by both sides. And it starts by identifying in first place who is the right provider, who is the owner of the resource, is a traditional knowledge associated to that, who has the right to negotiate, what are the terms for negotiations, and what are the prospects, what's the hoped value chain behind, especially if you are in an R&D phase where you don't know exactly what is the commercial outcome of the product. So there are a lot of uncertainties which you need to take into account when negotiating. But one of the success factors is that I think there was stamina and goodwill from both sides, that were physical encounters and meetings, and there was not too much staff and person turnover. And that, yeah, there is a credible and a will to invest in a longer term partnership and not some anecdotal sourcing. Yeah.
Thank you, Friedrich. And maybe just to add to this, I think what the project is showing as well is that in general, when the supply chains are already established, like the honey, there is no ABS permit needed. When it is about new products and there's research and development, then an ABS permit is required. I think the only exception in the project is Rooibos in South Africa, where there is a sectoral ABS agreement in place for the use of the traditional knowledge that is associated to Rooibos. And there, the companies that are trading Rooibos, that are harvesting Rooibos, are all making an ABS contribution to the government. Maybe you want to answer the question on the best.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question from Cameroon. Maybe I'll address in two different aspects. One is I totally agree with you, the emphasis on the socioeconomic impact and the linkage between biodiversity, nature, and people, which has been actually emphasized already by Rick and also Alessandro already. What you mentioned for COP16 is the People's COP, and it's very important, this topic of bioeconomy or bio-linked business opportunities. How do you build biodiversity in the supply chain and make sure it benefits the local community? So this is indeed a topic that the World Economic Forum will look into. The second aspect is how can Cameroon as a country, or how can we do a deep dive on this country specifically? I can think of a few channels, platforms you could be engaged. Of course, we can exchange offline after this panel. I think, for example, Champions for Nature, which I'm the lead of, is a community where we have different ministers of environment from different countries exchanging directly with companies. That will be a good venue, for example, to raise specific concerns and perspectives from countries like Cameroon.
Thank you very much. And there's one more question or comment from Hamish in the back of the room. And I think with that, after that, we were also going to be closing the panel because I guess we are running out of time. Hamish, please.
There. Thank you, Rick. My experience that I'd like to share with people is that I spent about the last 10 years working on public-private partnerships involving private sector in smallholder value chains. And in January of this year, I was in Uganda, and I hope that we might have a representative from Uganda here, but possibly not. And with the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, we were talking about multi-crop digital traceability systems. And there we were connecting to priority crops like coffee for Uganda, but also the secondary cash crops for farmers. And it was very interesting to talk there about an initiative that would actually leverage one of the few dividends from COVID that society can actually benefit from, which was the ability to deploy at scale, rapidly, digital data collection systems, and then use them for greater good. So when we were talking about COP16 putting into practice social economic biodiversity principles, then I can assure you that private sector companies need the traceability in place to be able to do that. When you do it at multi-crop level, then it reduces the burden for the private sector, for the government, it reduces the burden for the individual farmers, and you can amplify the benefits that you can bring about. So when there's bodies like World Economic Forum here and SECO with the Swiss government's support, I would love to see at least initial attempts done at establishing a transferable system that would be multi-crop traceability, that would guide and develop best practices, because as was said earlier by Commissioner Sacco, one of the biggest problems we've got is bridging the gap between policy and strategy and real action on the ground. And bridging that gap needs traceability in place for many private sector organisations, and I would urge everyone to consider how we might be able to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hamish. And we're running out of time, so I'm not going to ask the panel to respond to this, but we fully agree with without traceability, without knowing where products are coming from, it's impossible to work on biodiversity measures on the ground. Thank you very much for your attention and for participating in this session. And with this, we're going to be closing, and I'm handing it over back to you.
Thank you very much for indeed another very interesting discussion. Je voudrais ajouter pour le délégué du Togo. Non, et monsieur est occupé, donc I'll start with monsieur le délégué du Togo. Juste pour votre information, les guidelines, donc les principes et critères du biocommerce qui ont été mentionnés de nombreuses fois depuis hier sont disponibles en français sur le site BioTrade UNCTAD, BioTrade CNUSED. Voilà, ainsi que and all the presentations are also being uploaded on the website. So this is also something that you can easily find on the event page. So it's time for lunch. I think a well-deserved lunch for all of us. We've fed our brains. Now it's time to feed our bodies. If you're not familiar with Palais des Nations, you have the Bar du Serpent with salads and sandwiches right here on the right side, same floor. There is also a cafeteria on the ground floor. You have to take the long corridor towards Place des Nations, and you have more options in the cafeteria. We will be serving coffee at 2:30 here in front of the room. So if you want to continue networking, exchanging, and discussing with participants, please come back at 2:30 and have your coffee here with us. And we'd like you to be back in the room 10 minutes before 3. There is also a survey that we've asked you to fill in and submit. I remind you that the box to submit your completed survey is right outside of the room, and there is also a QR code if you prefer to do it online. Having said that, bon appétit, and also to the participants online, bon appétit, and see you a bit before 3. Thank you.
Hola, hola. Viva Franco.
to take your seats to show respect to our participants. We are trying to start on time. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I hope you all had a very good break. We are starting the first session of this afternoon, and the title starts with Making It Real. I have the feeling that this is what we are doing and pushing for since yesterday morning in the BioTrade Congress. So another session about really making it happen, making it real. And I'm happy to introduce the moderator of this session, Lara Koriske, Communications Director at the Union for Ethical BioTrade. Over to you, Lara.
Thank you, Isabel. Good afternoon. Thank you for making it to the second day afternoon sessions. We really appreciate it. And I don't have a presentation for you. I'm just here to introduce the session, which is on policy instruments. And even though we've been speaking about policy throughout the last 2 days, and also you've seen us in various parts of the last 2 days talk about benefit sharing, this is the session where we are going to dive a little bit more into policy instruments and their potential for supporting biodiversity and benefit sharing. So I'm going to turn it right over to our first presenter, Hartmut Meyer from the ABS Capacity Development Initiative and GIZ, to set the scene on the potential for these instruments, and he's going to give us a couple of examples just to get us started. And Hartmut, over to you.
Yes, thanks a lot. So I just, as said, I'd like to give an overview about the African policy documents, which we will talk about in this session. If you can go to the first slide, please. Let me first very quickly introduce our own project, which might not be known for a lot of people. It's the ABS Capacity Development Initiative. ABS is there for access to genetic resources and benefit sharing. And one of our aims and activities is actually to work on biodiversity based value chain, not on the usual commodities like cashews or whatever, but on commodities which go to the, let's say, the biotrade sector, the higher value chains like cosmetics, even pharmaceuticals. We are there to, after many years of work, we take the new biodiversity framework as our guidance, and we want to develop new concepts, especially to fulfill the ABS elements of this framework, which go, as I said before in the session with the Commissioner, they are concentrating on increase the benefit sharing, which is the actual outcome of ABS. One of the methodologies we would like to apply in the work is multi-stakeholder partnerships for exactly these value chains. We are supporting value chains with commercial partners, of course, because that will bring benefits, but we are also supporting research cooperations, which in many cases are the beginning of a value chain. Furthermore, we really like to strengthen the role of ABS in policy making. That means we have a lot of activities supporting the mainstreaming of ABS in national and regional policies. One of them, as we elaborated before, is the African Continental Free Trade Agreement and the national implementation of that. And of course, the many national biodiversity strategies which should be developed after the COP. And last not least, we will focus on the participation of indigenous peoples and local communities in ABS negotiations and the value chain management, because these are actually, let's say, the target group on the ground where benefits from value chains and trade should, which the value should reach. The next slide, please. Our cooperation partner, one of our cooperation partners is the African Union Department of Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy and Sustainable Environment, where the commissioner was here to talk. So I think that is a very valuable partner and also will be of a high value to actually interact with the African governments and then go down to national stakeholders in realizing the potential which are in these policy documents. You just see our main topics. I'm not going into that detail. This is something which will, of course, happen then in our practical work on the ground. The next slide. We were talking about the AU Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan. That's a policy document which was developed in last May in Addis and then finalized and essentially endorsed by the African Union Summit in February of this year. A resource mobilization plan is launched now, and that AU biodiversity strategy should really be a leading instrument to support African member states in developing their national strategies and also to take up new elements like ABS, like really supporting indigenous peoples and local communities, because the biodiversity strategies up to now are very much focusing on conservation only and do not actually really embrace the other two goals of the CBD, which is the sustainable use of biodiversity and the benefit sharing angle. And I think that is really crucial when we want to go ahead in both protecting biodiversity and using it. The next slide, please. That biodiversity strategy is built on 4 strategic pillars. Which deal with improving biodiversity policies and practices, then supporting the sustainable use and equity in benefit sharing. That's the pillar which for our project and our cooperation with the African Union and the member states is, of course, of prime importance. And then mainstreaming and increasing finance. And then there is another section on more or less the capacity development in various topics. So it's a very comprehensive document which awaits its implementation, well, in the next, hopefully, 1-2 years. The next slide. There should be more. Doesn't seem. No, then I'm just talking freely. The next policy document is actually the African Free Trade area, as it is called. That was negotiated through many years and adopted, I think, in 2019. Meanwhile, the first countries are forming a group of the early implementation countries. Of course, you know, free trade agreements are there to reduce barriers to trade, reduce customs, etc., etc. And in the context of trade and biodiversity, which is, of course, the topic for this meeting, we looked at it and tried to find out what are the elements of environment, sustainable environment, and biodiversity which are contained in these agreements. And well, to be honest, as a usual free trade agreement, it doesn't talk a lot about biodiversity and environment, which is unfortunate. But when we looked into the protocols which were recently adopted and which complement that agreement, you find much more very interesting language. So there's a protocol on services. It has a section on standards for environment and social topics. It recognizes the role of indigenous people and local communities. As mentioned, the free prior informed consent that should be sought for investments, etc. So I think that is a pretty innovative element in trade agreements. Of course, that needs to be implemented at the national level. And also the protocol on intellectual property rights takes up some elements which especially the African governments were always asking for in the WIPO negotiations, even in the old WTO TRIPS negotiations, namely, and the one element is actually to ensure that in IPR applications, patent applications, there is mentioning of compliance to ABS and on benefit sharing if that invention is based on genetic resources or traditional knowledge. So I think these documents, which are elements of the free trade area, really took up positions of the African countries, which are there since, let's say, I don't know, 20 years, I think, and were never taken up in any other forum. So we see that this offers new opportunities to really bring trade and biodiversity and traditional knowledge together. So, and I think against that background, it is where we want to cooperate with the African Union Commission and also the background for our talk on this panel.
Great. Thank you so much, Hartmut. I think it's great because you've taken us from the connection. We had Commissioner Sacco talking today a little bit about the AU, the ABSAP, and talking about the next steps to contextualize it for the member states and how she mentioned it was recently endorsed last month. And then you shared a little bit more of the main parts of it, and then also about the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. So what we're going to do now, coming from that perspective, we're going to now take a deep dive or deeper dive into the ABSAP, and we have Prudence Tangam Galega with us. She is from Cameroon. She's a judge. She's an eminent legal expert and has drafted many of these legal documents and tools to support biodiversity and benefit sharing, and she is currently the spokesperson and coordinator for the African Negotiator Group to the Convention on Biological Diversity. So over to you, Prudence, for your presentation.
Thank you very much, Lara. I think firstly, I would start off by appreciating my first participation in an UNTAC Congress, and to the partners for giving a specific focus to the African region and addressing what I consider a key and current concern in the region, following up on the presentation of the Commissioner Sacco. I understand the focus at this time should be on one of the most recently adopted tools, which we consider is important to strengthen the consideration of biodiversity and ABS in trade, biodiversity-related products and services for trade purposes. This presentation is actually intended, as Lara said, to build understanding on this tool and to see it as a tool for strengthening the extent to which BioTrade can take into consideration biodiversity and benefit sharing considerations and translating commitments made at the international level to these themes. We'll start off here by looking at the rationale and the implication of this tool for BioTrade in general. I will not spend a lot of time on this, but we all realize that the triple crisis of biodiversity loss, climate change, and pollution has been a global concern and has triggered a lot of movements of recent. Firstly, in a region like Africa that highlights the paradox of its wealth in natural resources and yet the prevailing poverty in the region. And recent projections have presented Africa as the continent where, under business as usual, the livelihood and the economies of the country in the region will be most affected. So there is a serious livelihood and development issue here if we continue in the trend of the loss of biodiversity. Now, from a global perspective, we've seen the emergence of more ambitious global commitments with implications for trade in biodiversity products and services, especially in Africa. I just, the quite a multitude of them, the Global Biodiversity Framework within CITES, even the CBD itself, other provisions, the Migratory Species Convention, Ramsar, and the rest. And it may be important to have a look at the key commitments and how these relate to the way trade is being carried out and the need for a paradigm shift towards biotrade that integrates these concerns and ensures there is conservation, sustainable use, and benefit sharing so that our trade could be sustainable. We're talking about species, protection of land cover or ecosystems, land or sea ecosystems that supply the natural material. We're talking about equity and how this underpins the incentives to local communities to invest in conservation. We're talking about finance, even though it doesn't seem to be a priority at the level of your principles and criteria for biotrade. And we're talking about illegality in trade. The mounting challenge today is how the African countries can proceed with the implementation of this multitude of instruments as opportunities to change the development challenge of the region. And the option is for at the level of the African Union is to have a strategic, coordinated approach, integrated, such that we can be compliant with the commitments taken. And the APSAP, the African Union Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan, is that tool. Here you have generally the structure in terms of the introduction, the designed aligned response, the strategy and the priorities, and the rest, and the support mechanisms. We may not look at the justification, but what is important is that it anchors on Africa's agenda for development and the SDGs and defines a clear vision that seeks to translate its rich biodiversity and healthy ecosystems for the livelihood of the people, the economies, and actually the aspiration of its 2063 development. The mission statement is actually to coordinate and support implementation of the GBF, which looks like an overarching instrument globally for the implementation of biodiversity, for the conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity. You would see that in this structure, the strategic orientation is very aligned to what we have in the GBF. And it has designed or calls for the design of a series of implementation tools. And I think recently Hamut made it clear the resource mobilization plan is underway. I'm not going to do all of the targets in this tool, but I just want to highlight key targets that are very critical and will need to change the paradigm in the way we do trade as Africa in terms of the use of wild species, in terms of sustainability, in the utilization of sustainable productions, in the way benefits are shared equitably. And this has implications for the private sector, especially when you come to mainstreaming across key development sectors. And there you would see that the key sectors are sectors through which biodiversity products and services are being produced. And looking at the value chain of this is critical in the next 10 years. And we need to transform businesses to ensure that the negative impacts are reduced. Now, with Pillar D on scaling financing, while harmful subsidies may not be so much a problem of Africa, to my understanding, because I tried to look at the principles and criteria, financing doesn't seem to be a criteria in the principles, and we need to address this because it's a critical issue. Now, in terms of strengthening capacities, we find out representation, gender issues, indigenous, and how indigenous and local people are taken into consideration is important. Now, I've put this slide here to demonstrate the way that instrument is structured to align it with sub-regional processes and national processes, where you would have national biodiversity strategies that need to align with not only the GBF, but the APSA's priorities, where you have regional tools like the continent's trade agreements and the rest. It provides and gives an orientation for this coherence and alignment across the region. And its programming, what I want to highlight is more the integration across coordination structures. And we are looking at thematic working groups. We are looking at partners being part of this process in a very integrated manner at all levels, at continental, regional, and national level. That, in essence, is the structure, the content, and key elements relevant for biotrade or trade in general in the continent. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, Prudence. That was a fantastic overview as well as a quick tour of the structure of important things we need to be looking at. And I really thank you for that. So we're going to dig into that a little bit more, but first we're going to finish our presentation part with Pierre Duplessis to my left, who we're going to change gears a little bit and go a little bit into the new African Continental Free Trade Agreement and give a little bit of an overview of the potentials, the potential opportunities, and also some of the views that you have on it. It's also very, very new, and Hartmut alluded to a few of the parts of it and how where is biodiversity existing in it in some of the protocols, but not necessarily in the agreement itself. So Pierre, please, over to you to take us through your views on this policy instrument.
Thank you, Laura. If you came here today to learn the details of the free trade agreement, I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed. But I will try my best to make connections between the free trade agreement and biotrade more generally, and sustainable development, I hope, and biodiversity conservation. Next slide, please. So very briefly, this is a flagship project of Agenda 2063, which is Africa's master plan for sustainable development in the 50 years since it was adopted in 2013. And 54 of the 55 AU member states have already signed this agreement, and 47 of them have ratified, which is the trigger for implementation. The idea is that it will create a single African market for goods and services with free movement of people, capital, and investment. And when it is fully implemented, it will be the largest free trade agreement in the free trade area in the world. 1.3 billion people, a combined GDP of approximately 3.4 trillion. And that's using current figures. But it's still at the moment at the very early stages of implementation. In October 2022, they launched sort of a pilot phase of it. Only 8 participating countries, 1 in each of the sub-regions of the continent, and only dealing with a limited list of products, amongst which you could marginally include as potential biotrade products: tea, coffee, processed meat, cornstarch, sugar, pasta, glucose syrup, dried fruits, and sisal fiber. So none of the classic wild harvested indigenous natural products, which many of us associate with biotrade. And within the structure of the free trade agreement, environment and biodiversity more particular are not singled out for free trade treatment. They remain national prerogatives. In fact, they carve out in the agreement, it says governments can take measures in the context of the free trade agreement to protect the environment and biodiversity. Next slide, please. I also think it's important that when you look at the and just about that first slide, because it's early on, there's everything to play for, right? There's still a lot of things that can be changed as we roll out the implementation of this agreement. So it's moving in the right direction. It's not set in stone, and there's an opportunity for the biotrade community of practice to influence how that is rolled out. But I think it's very important to be realistic about the environment in which this is happening. I was asked to put more photos in my presentation. So this picture I have here is of the infamous Berlin Conference in 1884, where the European powers divided Africa between them on a map using a ruler and a pencil. It's also, Africa is the youngest region in the world. Something like 40% of our population are still under 25. And because of that, there's this huge wave of population growth that's coming through. And we already have 1.3 billion people. That's expected to more or less double before it stabilizes. All of the other regions of the world are growing older, right? They don't have young people to help care for the elderly people or pay their pensions anymore. It's a big problem, the graying of population. Africa is expected to enjoy this youth or population dividend later on in the global game. At the moment, biodiversity is still very important for livelihoods in Africa. Many people still rely for a significant part of their daily livelihood needs on biodiversity, directly, as in hunting and gathering, or as in farming or trading natural products. But there's also, because of the growing population and because of the reliance on biodiversity, there's significant rising pressures on ecosystems, and they will undoubtedly be accelerated by climate change impacts. On the other hand, traditional natural products are still very widely used as part of those livelihood strategies, and there's a significant internal trade in them across these colonial borders, which in many cases are just arbitrary lines that run through ecosystems and communities, and people on both sides, you harvest it here because it's plentiful, and you sell it there because people there have more money in the richer country. And so this is movement of informal sector biotrade, if you want, and which is very often actually illegal but not policed, and very often involves women and SMEs, which everyone agrees have primary roles to play in bringing about a transformation through biotrade. All right, so there are all these building blocks in place. And on the basis of that, there are, of course, emerging formal biotrade sector in some countries. I think 23 countries now have some form of biotrade. Some of them have had national programs for 2 decades or more. Some of them have official policies in place on bioeconomy strategies and so on. Within this overall picture, the implementation of ABS measures, although well-intended, is actually causing a lot of problems. When we were asked to speak here, we also said, be honest about the problems that you faced. And certainly if you ask the African private sector about it, the incomplete implementation of ABS measures is a huge problem for them. All right, so there's a real backlog in setting up national ABS structures, in being able to issue ABS permits, in the capacity of communities and providers in countries to negotiate contracts within the bilateral Nagoya architecture, right, of prior informed consent and mutually agreed terms. And that's one of the reasons why, as Ahmed alluded to, Africa has for a very long time supported multilateral forms of benefit sharing. Right? Article 10 of the Nagoya Protocol, the Global Multilateral Benefit Sharing Mechanism, was an African proposal. Article 11, the collaboration across borders, was an African proposal. The creation of the multilateral mechanism for sharing benefits from the use of DSI was an African proposal. And on top of the multilateral focus, there's always been a devotion in Africa. And like many forms of devotion, sometimes it was lip service, but at least they were saying their prayers, and they were saying that indigenous people and local communities and their traditional lifestyles and their traditional knowledge and their traditional stewardship over resources is very important and needs to be supported. Next slide, please. Okay, so when you look at the Continental Free Trade Agreement and through a BioTrade lens, I thought it'd be interesting to be a bit provocative, I think, to say that here are some of the threats and opportunities that come from having a free trade area and also trying to implement BioTrade. All right, one of them is this idea of nature-based solutions, where you already have a situation of rich people going into African countries, making untransparent deals with not necessarily very democratic governments about huge pieces of land without consulting the local people. And there's carbon colonialism coming up there because they anticipate huge profits to be made from carbon trading. But on the other hand, the free trade agreement does actually have an ambition to support a continental market, which could create a level playing field, curb the worst of the excesses, and especially if that was to be implemented in a holistic way. Now, I want to echo what we heard earlier today, a lot of people talking about landscape approaches. There is enormous opportunity for nature-based solutions in Africa, but only if they were done in a holistic way. There's a potentially positive impact on the problem that most biotrade undertakings in Africa suffer from insufficient economies of scale because they have small domestic markets. But a free trade in biological resources could mean that economies of scale become possible in regions, and therefore you can go further down the value-adding process, and therefore you can pull back more of the value in the value chain to African beneficiaries, including formal job creation and all of those other very good things that we believe BioTrade can do. There's also this problem that very often BioTrade value chains are focused on a single resource. It's marula or it's baobab, and they don't create incentives for preserving the biodiversity of a landscape. They're single species focused, and in many landscapes in Africa today, the only useful indigenous species that's left in there is baobabs, right? Because baobab has full uses and it is commercialized and it also has spiritual values, and it's bloody hard to eradicate the things. But if you have a more holistic approach and a more integrated approach to supporting biodiversity-based income streams, you can then imagine, and I think that was also mentioned by one of the earlier panels, a far more diversified stream of commercialized product, so that several different products from the same ecosystem are commercialized. So that the institutions that are set up at community level, at SME level, at trade level, don't only deal with acacia gum or only deal with marula oil or only deal with baobab powder, right? That they also bring in all of these much smaller resources, which can then be integrated into a landscape ecosystem approach to ecosystem restoration, right? Which is a key part of the global biodiversity framework and an important focus for Africa. The free trade agreement can also help to address the unequal distribution of skills and capital in Africa. You know, there are some very rich and very sophisticated pockets of development in Africa, and then there are many countries that have very low, least developed country status and at the low end of that, right? So a free movement, especially of people and investment, may help to address that. There's also this problem that because of the colonial borders, many of the genetic resources and the traditional knowledge associated with them is shared between different countries. And under different national ABS regimes, there's always the danger that you have a race to the bottom. I think somebody alluded earlier today, the minister from, the ambassador from Indonesia, saying, people say they don't want to ratify the Nagoya Protocol because it would create a competitive disadvantage. And, you know, there's a logic to that. So if you add the cost of ABS compliance to a value chain, then that value chain is not as competitive as one that doesn't have that additional cost. And you know, but if you have a coordinated approach, we've already started in Africa after the adoption of the Nagoya Protocol, and you have better information sharing about markets and prices and supply situations, and if you have common standards, and I think we also had a presentation about standards today, then you could address this problem. All right? And then there's the issue of, and this is, I think, an emerging issue that's coming up very, very fast now, is that companies are using digital sequence information and synthetic biology to do what they call, you know, precision fermentation, and thereby replace natural products in the market without any benefit sharing. Right? But if you can bring that technology to Africa, then there's, of course, many opportunities for development that will come from that. Final slide, please. So some thoughts about how the free trade agreement can deliver for people and planet. And again, that's a theme I heard repeatedly here, that we need to factor people into this, that it's not just about biodiversity, it's about the people and the biodiversity. So absolutely the top message in my view is that whatever your high-level policy instruments say, in the end, what is important is whether that translates into adequate support for the custodians of biodiversity that make the day-to-day management decisions about how biodiversity will survive, thrive, or be lost from a particular area. And very close behind that is that it is not fair and it's not workable and it will not work to impose the cost of biodiversity conservation on the poorest of the poor, who are the people who most depend on biodiversity. If your children are hungry, it doesn't matter how many policemen are watching you, you are going to do your best to poach, right? Because your children are crying. So from that comes this, you know, the understanding that trade is a good thing, but only if it's sustainable. And that's, of course, why the BioTrade initiative is a great force for good in the world. I mean, BioTrade is the first place where that was systematically articulated. That trade is fantastic in a globalized liberal world, but then that trade needs to be sustainable. It needs to support biodiversity objectives. Right? And if the free trade and the freedoms that come with free trade can be used to diversify value chains, that will be a great thing for African biodiversity, because it will support ecosystem restoration, and it will increase the local share of benefits, because that is where the impact is happening. And to do that, one of the things we really need to focus on more, and I also heard that in an earlier panel, is to educate consumers through standards, through certification, to shift demand from unsustainable production of monocrop, you know, agricultural commodities on cleared rainforest, to prefer biodiversity-friendly products, to actually vote with their money when they go shopping for BioTrade products. And then my closing remark is that despite all of the best policies that we make at the continental level, at the sub-regional level, at the national level, even at the subnational level, in the end, the impact on the IPLCs who live with the biodiversity is what makes the difference. Because the change will come from the bottom up or it will not come at all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pierre. And that was really interesting because I said we would, take a tour through the free trade agreement, but I really appreciated that you brought in a lot of really interesting points about people, about equity. And so I'd actually like to start off our part of our discussion now and maybe turn to you, Prudence. In presenting the ABSAP, we know it's to address biodiversity, but it's really to address the triple crisis. So it's biodiversity, it's the impacts of climate change, and it's pollution. And we also know that it recognizes, and you brought out some of those pillars, it recognizes the role of people and equity, and you also brought up the pillar of gender equality. So my first question is, can you say a little bit more about the aspects of gender equality, people, and or equity in the ABSAP and how you see that as an opportunity?
Thank you very much, Lara. I think if you followed up the vision of the ABSAP, as I said, it is anchored on attaining the development objectives for the aspirations for the region. And these development objectives are anchored in themselves on sustainability and the livelihood of the people. And when you talk livelihoods, you're looking at the vulnerable groups in Africa. In fact, there are two strategic goals that seek to attain this. The strategic goal on sustainable use and equity, fairness and equity in sharing the benefits, and of course, the capacity or support tools to those vulnerable groups. So you're looking at strategic goal E as well. What's very important in that strategy is the fact that a specific attention is given to ensure the inclusion of these groups at various levels, either in terms of policy development or implementation. And it gets right down to looking at the activities. You're looking at groups, like Pierre said, that are in direct contact and whose daily living depends on natural resources. And unless you give a particular attention to this group, in his words, the change has to come from the bottom. What we found out, for example, is the benefit is actually both ways. While we're looking at the livelihoods of those communities that depend on biodiversity and looking at their day-to-day activities and how we can support them through the value chains to be involved, we are also tapping into their traditional knowledge, which is unique in terms of conservation and sustainable use. One of the case studies we built on was one where in a community, the men and the women were put together, and we found out that seeds of wild species are with women. There are the women who still have the seeds of wild species which they use. That's a local conservation method that can secure or ensure that we protect and preserve wild species for the future. We also found out that there are certain species, especially for, the main value chain, as we said, is in terms of pharmaceutical, the food industry, and the rest. And the knowledge is more with the women in terms of how they use it on a daily basis to feed their families, to take care of their health. A lot of the spices we find in the markets are from women. So there is every reason to include them at all levels of the value chain in terms of policies, in terms of the practice at national, sub-regional, and national level.
Thank you so much. That really interesting points there. And I want to turn to you, Pierre, and just touch on some of the things that Prudence was talking about with the knowledge being with women. And you mentioned on your slide some of the factors, such as the economies of scale situation, and this idea of getting value back into Africa, and this idea of nothing left but baobabs. And I wanted to ask you about the opportunities in the free trade agreement. We know that for decades there have been these attempts to green free trade agreements. And do you think there's certain circumstances now that make you feel more that there's more potential here? Is it this doubling of the population? Is it this recognition of knowledge at a domestic level? And you mentioned some figures at the beginning of 3.4 trillion, and I also have here from UNCTAD some figures from the statistics database of 2021, a little bit old, but of global exports of biodiversity-based products amounting to 82 billion. So that's about a quarter of that 3.4 trillion. So do you think that some of these factors are giving us more of an opportunity with this free trade agreement? And if so, can you just say a little bit more about how this one, if you believe so, might be a little bit different or have a little bit more potential for biodiversity and people?
Thank you. I would question your mathematics. I mean, I think it's more like 2%, but
it's not mine.
it's not a quarter though. Yeah, it's very small. But I mean, it's also whether we're comparing apples with onions here. So let's not get distracted by that. Look, okay, let's be realistic about this, right? I mean, BioTrade is not going to compete with commodity monocropping in terms of overall economic impact for maybe forever, but maybe at least for the next few decades. Now, at the same time, we have an urgent crisis, right? The word crisis is being overused, so it now just means like normal. Crisis actually means urgent. In climate change, we have maybe a decade or two before the window slides shut. And if the window slides shut in climate change, then the impacts on biodiversity are going to be really, really bad. So maybe in biodiversity, we have a slightly longer window if we do the right things, but we do need to act quickly. And so there's no realistic prospect that any country is going to replace commodity monoculture farming with biotrade and biodiversity and ecosystem restoration. But there is a lot of space where you cannot just leave the natural ecosystems as they are, because they will be eroded by all the pressures that we've mentioned, right? So you need to step up, and you need to put in place policies and measures and management techniques and interventions that will preserve the diversity and the ecosystem integrity and the livelihood provisions and the services to people of the diversity in a landscape. That's why I keep going back. I mean, I think we all know this. Every time anyone talks about this, they mention at least some of these concepts, right? It's got to be integrated, it's got to be at landscape level, it's got to be diversified, and it has to respond to the impacts of climate change, which means helping things to move, which means conserving what can no longer grow in a particular area, because what we're losing in Namibia now might still one day be very useful in Spain or Portugal, right? Which are also going to be deserts come the time. So we need to think more globally. We need to act multilaterally. We need to act with a sense of urgency. And in doing that, we cannot just and this is my beef with like single resource biotrade interventions. And I think somebody mentioned that, I heard it quoted, I wasn't here for that session, but it's time to move from pilot to rolling out at scale. Right? And single resource interventions are essentially pilots. We've shown that they can work. But what we've shown is that they're not necessarily, the big impacts are not in biodiversity or in trade or even in livelihoods. The big impacts are in local organization, in the empowerment of women, in decent, meaningful work for youth, in pride and a sense of ownership, which translates into good community-level management practices, and a transformation of the relationship between people and their environment. I don't know if that answers your question, but it gets it off my chest anyway.
No, that was really interesting. Thank you so much, Pierre. So I'd like to open up questions to the floor or comments. And I also want to mention that we have a really interesting and large group online with a lot of good online interaction. So I just want to recognize that we notice you, and it's great to hear that that's happening. So any comments or questions from the floor? Yes, lady in the back in the black coat, and then we'll go to my dear colleague from Cameroon. Yes, please, go ahead.
Good to meet you all. Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Biggie Tangane. I'm originally from Botswana, but I'm with the World Economic Forum. Thank you for such a great panel. My question is more around what role you see private finance particularly playing in this space, and I think particularly around the AfCFTA. And I know, Pierre, you mentioned the challenges that exist there. But I'm curious to know if you see any role private finance playing, whether in the sense of biodiversity credits and so forth. I'd love to hear your take on that. Thank you.
So Prudence will address that point first.
Thank you, Biggie, for that question. I did touch on it in a fleeting manner for want of time, in terms of how the African strategy and very sincerely the GBF deals with private financing. Goal D seeks to increase biodiversity financing based on assessments that depict a huge gap in terms of the needs and the existing and current financing of biodiversity. And the findings confirm the fact that public financing will never fill the gap. And so private financing stands in a way to provide the support to fill that gap. Of course, you would know the negotiations cut across a number of options on how to fill the gap, either in terms of reducing, financing to those activities that actually significantly contribute to loss of biodiversity. But private financing within Africa is a major priority in the sense that we believe if we are looking from a trade perspective, those small business enterprises that will grow up, and we would request or require them to be compliant with the conditions for integrating biodiversity, ABS consideration. That's quite demanding. And they would need to be accompanied with huge funding, which they may not have to effectively develop their business. And so the best way, and I think UNEP is actually here and would also attest to that, is to find out how the banks, we could green the banks such that private financing from the banks are based on conditions where the investment, actually demonstrates its capacity to integrate these, maybe your BioTrade criteria, or we would say those conditions that are favorable to biodiversity demonstrate that there would really be low impact on biodiversity or restoration where there is loss of biodiversity and the rest, and where there is enough sharing of benefits with the communities or the women. We need to green the financing institutions, and there's an ongoing discussion with the African Development Bank in that direction. And within the strategy for resource mobilization to implement the APSAP, that is a key consideration, how we can green financing for, investments by private sector. Thank you very much.
Yes, Pierre, do you want to have just a brief comment, and then we'll go to our next?
One additional brief point. I mean, the problem with free financial flows, or looking at financial flows from the private sector for biodiversity resource mobilization, is, of course, that's a wonderful situation as long as the flow is into biodiversity conservation. When the market in biodiversity falls and the money flows out again, the free movement of capital, that becomes really problematic, right? I mean, can nature go bankrupt? I don't know, because nature's never had the creditors call in all the loans, right? Will we go bankrupt without nature? Definitely we will. The trick is hard to find a global mechanism that will justify the shareholder value of that financial investment, and a mechanism for returning a modest but steady income to the investors. Otherwise, I mean, without those safeguards and without that clarity, sounds to me like a very risky strategy. It could be a supplementary strategy, but if that was the main plank for how we're going to save biodiversity, I would be very skeptical about that.
Thank you, Pierre, and thank you, Prudence, for your comments.
But this is important. I think this is an important question, and I just want to highlight that there is a requirement for private sector disclosures. And private sector disclosures is expected to ensure that they comply with requirements for contributing to biodiversity conservation and the extent to which they share their benefits based on the use of biodiversity. There's a need for developing tools that will ensure that we can monitor and track private sector, use of biodiversity, private sector investment in biodiversity as well. So there's a growing momentum to look at private financing and private sector investments.
Thank you. Yes, so we're going now to the second question we had from our representative from Cameroon.
I'm Madeleine Shep. I'm a president of Health and Environment Program, NGO accredited here at the United Nations. I'm Cameroonian also. It's a great pleasure to meet Mrs. Galega, who gave a lot of information about Africa, and I agree with her. But my question will go to Mr. Mayor, because I hear that you're asking about, you said that African have asked for an instrument, legal instrument at WIPO. Since when? Since 2000. Since 2000. And WIPO will have a diplomatic conference on May here in Geneva from 13 to 24. The purpose of this meeting is related to genetic resources and traditional knowledge, also folklore. It has Nagoya Protocol, because you said about EBS and another convention, the Convention of Biodiversity, and sharing of benefits, is on the benefit sharings, because the providers of genetic resources, many of them don't have there's no equity between owners and providers of these genetic resources based on prior consent, which is not every time made. And there's a lot of raising in African countries, because some people, they don't know if they are local communities or indigenous people. It's very complex in Africa to know who is indigenous, who is not. And this time, during the international conference, during the IGC conference at WIPO is not recognized. Mr. Duplexis, who represented that time, I think, Uganda, knows very well the matter. I would like to know what is your, what do you attend this conference, diplomatic conference in May or not? And what do you want to say about WIPO, because African countries are waiting for this legal instrument since 2000, and until now we have to give some reviews, and many of the paper, all of the paper is in brackets, especially indigenous people and who are normally benefit from this who are normally benefits from the knowledge. This is my question, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So Hartmut, I think if you have a brief comment there about either the WIPO meeting or about the IP protocol that you were also discussing, and some of the issues my colleague brought up about traditional peoples and indigenous peoples' traditional knowledge, etc.
Yeah, I will briefly touch both issues. Yeah, I think many of us know about this diplomatic conference, and a new instrument will be adopted. It includes one important demand, that is the declaration of origin when genetic resources are used in inventions. So it has to be stated where they come from, which is a very old demand, which was disputed a lot of time. But as we know about, let's say, patent applications, it is also meanwhile a acknowledged fact at the technical level that it is important to know where the genetic resource comes from in a patent, because they are not all equal. So even if you have a same species, if you go to this or that part of the country, because of different ecosystem influences, that plant or animal can have different components inside, and then it makes it then valuable for the invention or not. So that will be taken care of. But it is also important to know that in one of the drafts of the chair of this meeting, it was explicitly stated that this instrument will not touch ABS. Yeah, because ABS is something under Nagoya Protocol, and has to be implemented at national level, and there it might or might not touch the patent stuff. So I think there is, and this is something which was not countries were not able to go beyond these silos. The biodiversity field, CBD, and the IPR's patent are strictly separated from each other. This is a policy of a lot of countries, my country included, I guess, that you must not mix IPRs and biodiversity, because there is, I think it's a huge challenge is seen that patents might be well, not valid or touch on other values than just intellectual property right. And I think that is also the connection to indigenous people and local communities, because there should be a prior informed consent in research. And that would be, of course, any patent comes from research. And any patent on genetic resources very likely should have a prior informed consent in the beginning. So I think there is a connection which is refused to be taken into account. That's deplorable. And the second question is, of course, that notion of indigenous people and local communities, which is more or less a, let's say, a political wording in the CBD, in many other international fora. And when we were here actually in Geneva, yeah, it was with this working group on indigenous people in the CBD. Also that dispute, that, yeah, it's a big discussion came up. Of course, they are not the same. And in the end, it boils down also to your national circumstances. If your country traditional sees some part of the population as indigenous or not. So it's on the international level, it's certain wording, which also we use in our programs. But really, when you go down to the country, and I think this is especially true for African countries, there is a certain hesitation to talk about indigenous people, because the policy is that they are all indigenous. You know, there are, of course, you have people who migrated, there are people who are minorities, etc. So I think that's also that. No, it's a big discussion. It will be taken, but I also think in the end, when we really go down to the ground level, and this is what we also did in our projects, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, whether people call themselves indigenous or local or minorities, it is about their rights, yeah, and their perspectives in life. So if they can make their living, if they can own land, if they can use it, if they can have a sustainable way forward, I think then these separations are not really important. This is what I also take out of that discussion, and where we actually, when we go to ground level, we really like to see what are the real problem of these people in all these aspects.
Thank you. Thank you, Hartmut. I want to turn to the online audience for our final question. They actually posed a question a bit earlier, and I've received it. The question is, we've been talking a lot about business and trade and BioTrade and the over focus on single species and things like this. And we have a question asking a little bit more on the profile of businesses currently involved in BioTrade and on the African continent in terms of size, value proposition. What companies are we talking about? What's the source of their capital? Now, that's a really, really large question. I'll give a 30-second answer from UEBT's perspective. We work with about 20 companies across Africa. It's about only 10% of the companies we work with globally. And many of them are local processing companies, farms, cooperatives. They are in food and beverage, functional foods. They're exporting to the beauty sector or natural pharmaceutical sector. And those products are going to European, US, etc. So that's a very quick, we're talking about companies in Madagascar, South Africa, Zimbabwe, Morocco, several others, and species like rooibos, vanilla, flowers for fragrances, etc. So that's a very quick overview. And I just wanted to turn maybe to Hartmut in terms of the Bioinnovation Africa project, if there's a similarly brief, just illumination of some of the kinds of companies that are working in the biotrade sectors, or if either of you would like to just give any pictures there. Hartmut, do you want to say anything about
Yes. Well, I think, and also that's experience of our projects, also Bioinnovation, which is our sister project. And we see it also from the numbers which were presented previously, that there's with the Swiss support, it works in Asia. Yeah. So, and I think in the project Bioinnovation Africa, it's a project set up to support partnerships between European and African private sector, and it concentrates on Southern Africa, South Africa, and Madagascar, Namibia, because there we have these small and medium scale companies which concentrate on biotrade, which concentrate on natural ingredients for cosmetics and things like this. And I think where, let's say, my personal experience and focus is on Kenya and other countries, where obviously the use of biodiversity for your local products is not that common. Yeah, like in Kenya, we hardly have any companies that use this at a commercial level. So it also relates to an historic approach, which I think I cannot really explain. But there are countries have a different approach to using their biodiversity for commercial purposes. And we, of course, we go there where this commercial use is already in practice.
Great, thank you. Pierre, brief comment there about companies and their value add.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that the profile is still very much collation, quality control, and export of raw materials. Maybe first line processing, right? So you would collect the material, press an oil, or collect the raw material and distill an essential oil. And then it would be exported to people who add value to it and incorporate it into other products. I mean, Friedrich was explaining this morning about business-to-business models, and then the business-to-consumer companies are at the moment still in Europe or in the developing countries, developed countries. But that is changing. There are some African brands that have managed to break into developed markets and are at the top end of, they're also selling right up at the top. And that's the argument for, for pulling back the value chain and for building capacity and for transferring technology. There's no inherent reason why African companies cannot sell at the same level as L'Oreal, right? I mean, for example, but at the moment, they're still very much lower down the value chain. And I think one other thing that I'd like to say is that the most successful, largest commercialization enterprises, because they're not companies, that I know of, have almost all of them been women's cooperatives. Because women get the stuff done, they have the traditional knowledge, as Prudence pointed out, and they just run. I mean, they've built huge industries, like 15,000 tons of argan oil from Morocco, almost entirely on the back of women's work.
Thank you, Pierre. We just have 2 minutes left, so I'm just going to turn it over to Prudence for any final comment on that question, or any final important messages before we go to our next session.
Thank you very much, Lara. And maybe just to clarify, I'm more here as the expert for Africa who developed the APSAP with the African Union. And our expectation is actually to see this tool drive a significant transformation in the region. And it comes out clearly from this panel that we need to link biodiversity and trade in the region. It is clear from what has been stated that there is a serious gap, and notwithstanding the political will that has been demonstrated to have a continent-wide process for the movement of biodiversity products, I would say, and other products, because if you look at the list of products that you want to start with under AFTA, they are mostly biodiversity related, and demonstrates that there would be an increasing pressure on wild species. It is our interest as Africa to balance this move towards valorizing biodiversity through its value chain, but at the same time ensuring that we conserve and protect biodiversity so it will always be there to support the development pathway in the region. Trade is important. There's a strong need for partnership, and I see a number of partners here. We need tools that would enable us translate these policy orientations into reality in Africa. Thank you very much, UNCTAD. We are very hopeful and expectant. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was an excellent wrap up. And thank you to all of the panelists here. And I'm happy to turn it right back over to our MC, our mistress of ceremonies, Isabel, please.
Thank you, Lara. Thank you to all the panelists. We're moving on to another round of special announcements, and we will do so with my colleague Lorena, the head of BioTrade. Please, Lorena, and she is coming to the podium with our colleague from UNEP. Bala, welcome, and please, you can come to the podium. And we also have Nicolas Rossin from the French Facility for Global Environment. He is the head of the biodiversity projects. Over to you, Lorena.
Thank you very much, Isabel. So I will start with the special announcements. We're really lucky to be here with Balakrishna Pisupati from the head of the Biodiversity, Land and Governance Programs at UNEP in Nairobi. So grateful you came here for our Congress. And we also have here Nicolas Rossin, head of the Biodiversity Project from the French Facility for Global Environment. And we're really pleased here to give them an opportunity to share their new initiatives and the new work that's going on. So let me start right now with Bala. You have the floor.
Thank you, Lorena. Thank you very much. And let me start by thanking the organizers, especially long-standing friends and colleagues from UNCTAD, and also the BioTrade team, where I had the pleasure of long years of association working with them. My name is Balakrishna Pisupati, as was introduced, except that there is a small update in terms of my responsibility at UNEP, where now I have moved from being the head of biodiversity, land and governance to heading the environment policy for UNEP. So it's actually a short statement in terms of announcing our collaboration more formally, making use of this particular Congress as an opportunity. Thank you very much, UNCTAD, for this opportunity to collaborate on an important topic related to the key theme of this Congress. We've been hearing about trade and biodiversity links for a long time now. Trade, BioTrade, trade in genetic resources are all concepts that need deeper understanding in today's context when the lines are seemingly blurred. We did hear some comments in the morning and also during the panel that just concluded. Commodity trade is often confused with commercialization of genetic resources for purposes of access to genetic resources and benefit sharing under the Nagoya Protocol on access to genetic resources and benefit sharing in many countries. We are constantly challenged by the conflicting policies, especially at the national level, on trade promotion and sustainable use of biological and genetic resources. Grateful thanks to UNCTAD for having recognized these conflicts when they started supporting a number of countries in terms of their focus on expanding some of those tools and opportunities to reduce that conflict, including by expanding the customs code classification system, especially for biological and genetic resources. At the UN Environment Programme, we just concluded the 6th session of the UN Environment Assembly that had an uncommon leadership dialogue focusing on science policy interfaces. Close to 24 ministers of environment spoke at this particular event that reiterated one specific point relevant to our discussions here, that policy alignment and policy coherence are critical, and data and science form the basis for good policy making to implement multilateral environmental agreements and also the trade-related elements within those multilateral environmental agreements. The Environment Policy Unit that I head has 3 mandates to support UNEP's program of work. First one is to strengthen science policy interfaces. Second, to promote policy coherence, both within and outside UNEP, and support better environmental governance. In support of UNEP's work to help countries implement a number of multilateral environmental agreements, including the Convention on Biological Diversity and its recently adopted Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, the Environment Policy Unit at UNEP is supporting a number of initiatives to realize the global targets. In this regard, I particularly identify the collaboration we initiated several months ago between UNEP and the BioTrade team and UNCTAD in support of the UN Common Approach to Biodiversity, which was something mandated by the Secretary General, through the publication of a joint note on UNCTAD's contribution to the Kunming-Montreal Biodiversity Framework and its implementation during 2023, immediately after the 15th meeting of Conference of Parties to the Convention on Biological Diversity. Ongoing work within UNEP in collaboration with the UN Division for Ocean Affairs and the Law of the Seas, DAOLOS, in helping countries to better understand the recently agreed Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Agreement, BBNJ agreement as it is called in short, and its implementation option is an emerging area of potential interest for UNEP and UNCTAD. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to inform you of an extension of this collaboration between the 2 UN agencies, UNEP and UNCTAD, to jointly focus on trade and biodiversity policy. This collaboration builds on ongoing collaboration between UNEP's Economy and Trade Division and UNCTAD. The new collaborative partnership under the UNCTAD's BioTrade Facilitation Program, linking trade, biodiversity, and sustainable development, that was launched a few weeks ago, focus on 3 very specific areas of activities. The first one, looking at raising awareness and knowledge among policymakers and other key stakeholders on trade and biodiversity through a series of capacity development and knowledge product development processes, implementing capacity development activities and promoting the online BioTrade self-assessment tool, and preparing a long-term strategy for enhanced and strengthened collaboration between UNCTAD and UNEP on trade and biodiversity in support of implementing the Global Biodiversity Framework as well as other related MEAs. Dear colleagues, UNEP is excited to join UNCTAD and several of you present in this Congress to continue collaborating in support of effective implementation of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework through a series of measures including policy alignment, policy coherence on trade and biodiversity, supporting science and data inputs into decision-making processes, on policy and lawmaking, on issues related to trade and biodiversity, as well as importantly help countries navigate the complexities of supporting commodity trade, enhance BioTrade opportunities, and issues related to access and benefit sharing more effectively. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Bala, for your kind words. And we're really happy and eager to collaborate with you further on this area and this nexus on trade and biodiversity. And of course, particularly also is important for the work that we're doing is how to upscale the implementation of the BioTrade principles and criteria. And we're really grateful that we can work together on how we can make that a reality. And of course, within the framework of advancing the implementation of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. Thank you very much, Bala. Now we move to our second announcement, which is the new 2023-2026 strategy of the French Facility for Global Environment. Nicolas, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank UNCTAD for the invitation that gives me the opportunity to briefly present to you the French Facility for Global Environment, or FFEM in its short name, and in the context of our new strategic framework, what we're looking for regarding biotrade issues. So next slides, please. Yeah. Next one. Yeah. So what is FFEM in a few key words? FFEM is a French, of course, governmental tool of ODA that was set up in 1994, just after the first Earth Summit, in support to the 3 UN conventions dedicated to environment, so on climate change, biodiversity, and desertification. It's a dedicated environmental fund with high objectives on socioeconomic development. FFEM works with public, private, and civil society organizations from both the southern and northern hemispheres, and as well with other international organizations and donors. Since its creation, FFEM has funded more than 350 innovative environmental projects in over 120 countries, 2/3 of them being in Africa, which is a clear strategic focus for us. FFEM pays also great attention to knowledge production and science-based approach. And last but not least, a strong element of our mandate is support to innovation. We fund pilot projects with the objective of capitalizing on experiences to disseminate the most efficient solutions so that other donors can deploy them on other locations or at a larger scale. Next slide, please. So the FFEM Steering Committee has recently adopted its new 4-year strategy for the period 2023-2026, with a budget of 143 million euros to fund innovative projects. There are 5 pillars in this strategy: the fight against climate change and the adaptation to its impacts, the support to circular economy and the fight against pollution, the support to farming systems transition towards agroecology and to sustainable forest landscapes, the restoration of aquatic ecosystems, and last but not least, biodiversity conservation, the topic of which I'm in charge. For this strategic axis of biodiversity protection, our main activity is dedicated to enhance the national protected areas systems, the ecological connectivity between those protected areas, and the support to innovative financial mechanisms for biodiversity. But that said, at the crossroad of the 2 pillars of our strategy, agroecology and biodiversity, we are willing to increase our support to value chains issued from biodiversity resources, including blue value chains, following the BioTrade principles. Next slide, please. So far, FFEM has not funded many projects dedicated to supporting sustainable biodiversity value chains implementing the BioTrade principles. Nevertheless, allow me to mention 2 emblematic projects on BioTrade issues FFEM is very proud to have supported. The first one is Phytotrade Africa, a project that some of you might already know. This project was co-financed together with the French Development Agency, AFD, and the IFAD. And it supported the phytotrade cooperatives networks for the development of value chains with sustainable and participative management of the resources issued from biodiversity, such as marula oil, baobab fruit, devil's claw, or mafura in 8 southern African countries. The project ended some years ago, and the final evaluation that was made concluded that the project achieved remarkable results with regards to forest management by communities, job creation with high impacts on gender, SMEs creation, quality standard settings, and capacity building. So for us, it's a remarkable illustration that developing sustainable value chains of natural products issued from biodiversity based on traditional know-how and on participative management do contribute to preserve ecosystems, reduce deforestation, and improve rural population incomes. The other project I want to mention today is an ongoing project on blue biotrade in the Caribbean region. It's funded in the framework of a broader support to the Caribbean Biodiversity Fund and the OECS, but with a component that is dedicated to support and structure the value chain of renewable marine resources in 4 countries of the Eastern Caribbean. It's important to mention that this activity builds up on the UNCTAD Blue Biotrade initiative that was presented yesterday. And for this project, the focus is made on sea moss and sargassum. We have heard yesterday that in the Caribbean, sea moss is widely prized as a high nutrition supplement, and OECS countries have accumulated significant community and small farmer expertise in its cultivation and processing. The project will conduct diagnosis on blue biotrade streams from sargassum in terms of sustainability and economic viability to inform identification and selection of specific areas of intervention, strengthen and further develop the value chain. It will also prepare and present a regional action plan for developing and supporting the sargassum value chain. So these were 2 examples of what we can support. And as a conclusion to my intervention, I just want to recall that our intention in the framework of our new strategy is to fund more initiatives that implement biotrade principles in developing countries. So I'm hopeful that we'll receive many project proposals after this presentation. So before sending project proposal, I seize this opportunity to make a very quick reminder of the FFEM main eligibility criteria. So among the criteria such as biodiversity value of the area, inclusive governance, equity and benefit sharing, or science-based approach, I recall that the FFEM pays great attention to innovation, to innovative approaches. We also have to understand the potential for scaling up the solutions that could be implemented in the pilot project. FFEM can bring from 500,000 euros to 3 million euros grants with a share of 50% co-financing, only 30% if we deal with private firms. And last but not least, the project must be sponsored by one of the FFEM member institutions, that is to say, one of the 5 ministries of Environment, Research, Agriculture, Foreign Affairs or Economy of France or AFD. So I'll be more than happy to exchange on your future proposals, and I'm looking also forward to continuing the discussion with some of the institutions that I had the chance to listen these 2 last days of the Congress, and that have a lot of knowledge and experience to share on biotrade, starting by UNCTAD. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Nicolas, and for sharing all the information. And we're here if you're interested. Nicolas is here if you want to talk further about FFEM and also about the partnership that we launched today with UNEP. So I hope that these initiatives generate all the interest for you to engage more on biotrade, and we encourage you to talk to them to learn. Because today we're closing the Congress, so please profit from the opportunity that we have here. And with that, I close the session and pass it to you, to Isabel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lorena. And yes, big applause. Yes. So we have even more networking discussions in perspective with the 2 gentlemen. Thanks a lot. And we are moving now to the last panel discussion of the BioTrade Congress in the capable hands of Marianne Katunen, Senior Advisor at the UNEP WCMC Trade Hub. I see Marianne coming to the podium. I'm also inviting her panelists to join her, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. So yes, please, could my dear panelists join me here? Obviously, yes, please, looking at where the name tags are going to be landing. Thank you.
For the online participants, a quick note that the panelists are taking their seats at the podium. And Marianne, over to you.
Thank you, Isabel. So we are here with the final panel. I'm going to start with a thank you. I'm going to start with a thank you to the audience still staying with us. It has been a very interesting Congress, but it doesn't mean that it would have not been tiresome. So I'm sure there's been a lot of information. So appreciating you staying with us, both here in Geneva, but also online. Indeed, welcome to this very last panel of the Congress, where we are going to look at integration of biodiversity into global trade and supply chains through something what we call nature positive trade. And we are going to look at this through the lens of the food systems, sustainable food systems, and how nature positive trade could be supporting sustainable food systems chains as well. So that is the last panel focus. This is a true partnership session. So it's been organized between the key actors and initiatives working on biodiversity and trade at the moment, many of whom you've already heard during these 2 days of the Congress. So in this partnership, we've had UNCTAD, we have WTO Secretariat, we also have CBD Secretariat, UNEP, ITC, and indeed we have the Trade Development and Environment Hub, Trade Hub, that is the UK-funded project led by UNEP WCMC in Cambridge that I'm also part of. And today, in addition to this partnership, we also called some reinforcements, given that we're talking about food systems. So we have colleagues from WWF UK and also colleagues from FAO joining us today here to have this final discussion about nature positive trade, biodiversity and trade, and food systems. I think I also want to mention that this session is part of the wider series of online and in-person events that we have had in partnership in different combinations during the past couple of years, since 2002, on trade biodiversity and nature positive trade. And I think if you were listening in yesterday, you heard the ambassador of Ecuador mentioning this as one of the future WTO CTE session reporting topics in the next CTE. So it's been very nice to work with WTO colleagues also in this webinar series and on the online platform. Now, moving on to this particular session, just to set a little bit of the context, the session has been inspired by not only the Global Biodiversity Framework, or the Biodiversity Plan, as we now call it, but it's also been inspired by the Climate Convention, UNFCCC. This is because at the COP28 last year, we saw the Declaration of Sustainable Agriculture, Resilient Food System and Climate Action emerge. And it was signed by almost 160 countries, and it was a really important milestone looking at how agricultural food systems play a role in mitigating and adapting to climate change, and within that, how biodiversity, sustainable ecosystems play a role in supporting the food systems. So what we want to highlight here in this session is how Global Biodiversity Framework is a key framework for countries to deliver towards this COP28 declaration. It has many targets that are supporting this particular endeavor. And also we want to highlight that indeed trade-related policies, they still remain an underutilized area in delivering the Global Biodiversity Framework. And also they therefore could be used through the framework to support the sustainable food systems shift in the future. And for that to happen, we need dialogue between these different discourses. We need dialogue between food systems people and the biodiversity people, the trade people, and that's what we are trying to provide you a glimpse of today. And indeed, it's going to be only a glimpse. We have an hour, but there are going to be no presentations, just us giving you a little bit of insights into our respective worlds where we come into this biodiversity sustainable agriculture and food system space. So it is a bit of a teaser, hopefully, for the future to come, an invitation to join the discourse. I'm going to introduce you to the panel now. So we have Jason Clay, Senior Vice President of Markets and Executive Director of Markets Institute WWF US. Welcome, Jason. We have from FAO, Delphine Babin-Belliard, who is the Senior Liaison Specialist on Food Systems and Environment at FAO Liaison Office in Geneva. Hello. From the WTO Secretariat, we have Ulla Kask. Ulla is the Counselor at the Agriculture and Commodities Division at the Secretariat, and we also have Sandra Averoux, who is the Economic Officer at the Trade and Environment Division at the WTO, on secondment from UNEP. So from the WTO Secretariat side, we have both the agriculture and the environment represented to really give the ideas, the kind of discourse we need moving forward. And similarly, from UNEP, we have Beatriz Fernandez, Associate Program Manager Officer at the Environment and Trade Hub, UNEP. And we have William Speller, who is the Program Manager Officer at the Economics of Ecosystems and Biodiversity, TEEB, UNEP. So again, we have some trade, some biodiversity, and we have some agriculture from both organizations. So that's the lineup. And without any further ado, we're going to start having some discussions around the topic. And my first question goes to Jason, as our non-IGO expert of the table, to give us a little bit of a background reflection as to where we stand. So I wanted to hear from Jason first, a brief reflection, summary on how the global agriculture trade is currently delivering towards sustainable food systems and well-being, and really asking him to provide us, from his expert view, which is quite well known, key current shortcomings, 1 to 2, and key most promising developments and trends as well. So a bit of a positive and a bit of the realistic as well. So Jason, over to you to set the scene.
Thank you. It's nice to be here. Let me start by talking about where we are and what I think we've accomplished, what some of the key issues and trends are. And then in our second intervention, I'll talk about what I think are some of the bigger opportunities. But let me at least go over what we've accomplished so far. I think if there was ever any doubt that global trade is essential for food security, that's behind us. The 1980s, we were exporting about 6 to 8% of food globally. By the 2020, it was about 30% of global food that is traded. Nearly 60 countries are dependent on food imports, and that number is increasing. I would say China's development pretty much mirrored this effort of increasing global food trade, and has been the basis for increased consumption in China, et cetera. It's also been shadowed onto, I think, India and Africa as well. But I think we're also beginning to see some cracks in the issue. So, for example, climate change is now beginning to affect food production. This increase in trade happened when the volume of food being produced increased and the consumption of food per capita was increasing as well globally. But now we're seeing that climate change is starting to have impacts both through chronic heat, but also through extreme events. And there is a new category, I think, that we need to get in our vocabulary now called climate loss. It's not food loss and waste. It's actually the loss that happens because the crop isn't planted, because it's delayed, because it's a different crop you have to plant that doesn't produce as much, it doesn't have as good a market, et cetera. That loss over the last 30 years was 5%. In the last 10 years, it was 10%. In some regions like Africa, it's above a quarter of production. So this is a thing that we need to start taking into account. Second, I think the price of food today does not cover the cost of production. And we can't keep doing that. That's like eating our seed. We are literally devouring a natural resource base. So we often think that producers are covering these externalities, or communities or governments through subsidies, and they are in part. But who's covering this really is the planet. Most of these externalities, environmental externalities, are passed on to the planet, and we see it as increasing impacts of food production. I would say we don't have an agreement about what sustainable food production would look like, and we're certainly not measuring it. So we're not measuring it, we can't manage it. Let me just give you a few stats on this. the food system globally historically has had the biggest impact on habitat, the biggest impact on biodiversity loss, the biggest impact on water take. In fact, we take twice as much water for human use for drinking as we do for manufacturing, for other kinds of issues to produce food. Its impact on water effluent, its impact on soil health. We've lost half of the topsoil on the planet in the last 150 years through more mechanized agriculture, and as now we're seeing on greenhouse gas emissions. It's a significant contributor, and it's affected by climate change as well. But I think we're missing the point is that we haven't yet identified the key impacts that we need to focus on. We can't focus on 100 things. We can't focus on 50 things. Can we focus on 6 or 8? And they would be the ones that I just named. So when you start looking at those impacts, who's producing them? It turns out that it's only about 10 to 20% of producers that produce 60 to 80% of those impacts. If you look at deforestation in Brazil, 2022, 97% of deforestation was illegal, and it was conducted by less than 5% of people. So we need to start figuring out where the impacts are if we're going to begin to address them. What we've done on 10 different commodities is it showed that the bottom 10 to 20% of producers produce about 60 to 80% of the impacts, but less than 5% of the product. A study in the UK just 2 years ago showed that 9% of ag producers produce 1% of product, but most of the impacts. So we need to really focus our efforts, not on the top, which is what a lot of voluntary certification standards programs do, but on the bottom. If we're going to get to this issue, we have to really move the bottom, and averages are not going to get us there. We have to use non-parametric data, break it out by deciles or quartiles. Who produced the impact? When did they do it? Why did they do it? What incentive would cause them to change? Those are the questions that I think we need to get to now as there's more and more demand coming. So let me stop there.
Fantastic. Thank you, Jason. So what I've picked up from there, which we're going to be teasing out a little bit further when we go along this panel, is we don't quite know, or we don't quite agree, what sustainable food production looks like. And also the call to lift the bottom line for the production as a whole, and where do we target it? We pause at that, and I turn to my colleague, Delphine, FAO. Just to get an understanding first, what does the FAO framing and vision for sustainable food and agriculture system looks like? And the reason, of course, we're asking this is because FAO is the key international governmental organization working on food systems and agriculture. So does it link to the delivery of global biodiversity framework? And are you at FAO working together with countries to help to implement the global biodiversity framework as well, seeing it as an instrument to deliver towards food systems? So big questions, little time, but just to give us a glimpse as to where we are. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marianne. So let me start effectively recalling that the FAO's aim is to defeat global hunger and malnutrition, and in its vision, food security and agriculture contribute to improving the standards of living of all in an economically, socially, and environmentally sustainable manner. So even though in its vision, the concept of sustainability encompasses much more than simply conserving the natural resource, FAO recognizes that food systems have been a key driver of land use change and biodiversity loss, and consequently, conservation and sustainable use of sustainability is and has always been at the core of the FAO's mandate. So indeed, biodiversity makes crop, livestock, but also forestries, fisheries and aquaculture systems productive, sustainable and resilient. Its loss directly affects world food security and the livelihoods of billions of people. But it can also offer protection from weather extremes, pest outbreaks and plant disease, and provides regulation of soil functions. And it also plays a key role in nutrition. However, production systems worldwide are becoming ever less diverse at genetic, species, and ecosystem level. So recognizing in this importance of biodiversities, of biodiversity, FAO's work on biodiversity has been guided since 2019 by a strategy on mainstreaming biodiversity across agricultural sectors and by an action plan, both negotiated by its members. A new action plan for the period 2024-2027 is being finalized and will be closely aligned with the goals and targets of the Cumming-Montreal GBF. Indeed, as you know, many of the 23 targets of the GBF are related to agri-food sectors. Of course, target 10 on sustainable agriculture, aquaculture, fisheries, and forestry, but also, for example, target 6 on invasive alien species, target 7 on reducing pollution and including from nutrients loss to the environment and the risk of pesticides, but also goal B on nature contribution to people, including soil health and pollination. So I want also to remember that FAO is a custodian for a binding indicator on degraded ecosystems in target 2 of the GBF and on pesticide-related risk in target 7. So the GBF framework cannot be achieved without the active engagement of the agri-food sectors. And to implement the FAO action plan and with the adoption of the GBF, FAO supports country with the revision and implementation of the NBSAP, so the National Biodiversity Strategies and Action Plans, but also with the alignment of agricultural policies with the GBF targets and with the climate and restoration commitments under the two other conventions on climate and desertification. Members have been also assisted to improve their capacity to collect, analyze, and provide data on the status of biodiversity, including those required under international instruments, and in particular, those adopted by the Cumming-Montreal GBF process. So I wanted also to give you examples of concrete actions which are in the FAO action plan on biodiversity. For example, about the reduction of adverse impacts of misuse of hazardous chemicals and pesticides on biodiversity, FAO, with the Rotterdam Convention, organized a workshop curriculum on the prior informed consent for these products and impact of pesticides on biodiversity in international trade, and another session on alternatives to these products. Another example on forest management and timber production in coordination with CITES and the FLECT, the Forest Law Enforcement Governance and Trade Program. FAO supported countries to strengthen legal frameworks and their implementation at national level for legal timber production and trade. And finally, and I will finish with that, on standards for phytosanitary measures, FAO supports countries for management of e-commerce and strengthening pest outbreaks alerts and responses systems, protecting global plant resources and facilitating safe trade, and that in coordination with IPPC, so the International Plant Production Convention, but also with the World Customs Organization or the International Maritime Organization, and working, of course, with the WTO SPS agreement. I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Delphine. That gives an idea where FAO is at the moment, and what I'm hearing here is that FAO intent is to be well aligned with the Global Biodiversity Framework, not surprisingly, of course, because that's kind of how we want our international thematic organizations to work forward. Also, I appreciated you listing some of the targets from the Global Biodiversity Framework, because that gives an idea, as you said, that there are many targets that support sustainable food systems. And then what in the nature positive trade space we've been saying is that then trade can really support the delivery of those targets across the whole Global Biodiversity Framework, which we haven't really utilized before as much, which kind of brings me to my right. So colleagues at WTO, love to hear from you where discussions are at the moment. And I'm going to bring in Ulla Kask first. From looking at this from the agriculture side of things. So in the agriculture-related discussions at the WTO, are countries moving towards the sustainable food systems thinking? Is biodiversity part of these discussions recognized? And if you can briefly shed light into what countries do agree, rather than disagree in terms of agriculture, sustainability and trade, because we often hear about the things countries don't agree on, but I think there are also a number of things they do agree on, and that's really good starting point. So Ulla, please, over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having us here, the WTO. Yes, that's obviously a tricky one because, as you know, when it comes to negotiations, the list is much longer of the topics members disagree on than agree on. But I will make an effort. So obviously there are two WTO. We can look at the WTO in two different ways. One is trade discussions about trade, and in our case, environmental protection, sustainability, and biodiversity of interest to us, and rules making. And obviously, that changes the positions of sometimes the very same members. So first, where do the discussions take place? As you know, we are not an environmental organization. We do have a division dealing with the environment. Sandra will be telling us what happens there. I represent the division of agriculture. So in our division, we have 3 sections, and we all have a role to play in environmental protection. So we have the agriculture section, where we basically manage the agreement on agriculture, any issue falling under the agreement on agriculture. I am from that section, and I'm more specifically dealing with negotiations. We have SPS, that's known to you, and SPS is SPS agreement. We have a section managing that agreement, implementation of that agreement, that allows our members to take any measure necessary to protect human, animal, and plant life. And we have a third section that is the Standards and Trade Development Facility, STDF, that is not actually our division houses the secretariat for STDF, which is actually a global partnership and helps developing countries with implementation of SPS agreement and SPS measures. So in addition to the agriculture division, there are actually other places. Before moving forward, I forgot that our division also now does trade dialogues on food. We're actually coming to your question about food systems. This topic has been coming up quite a lot in those sessions. They are broadcasted. They are on our website, so you can go back and watch those. We had also after the COP28, we had several sessions. So actually there is quite a lot of discussions on sustainability. And as you can probably saw, I refer more to sustainability than biodiversity because our agreements often refer to sustainability or to environmental production, and biodiversity is seen as a part of sustainability. Outside the agriculture division, obviously, we have the environmental division, where many conversations that are very related to agriculture that also take place. And then we have, as I said, Sandra will be talking about it. So I mention other committees when maybe you don't expect where these discussions taking place. But for example, we have the regional trade agreements section that monitors regional trade agreements. Preferential agreements are notified to the WTO. And I went through the statistics, which came to me as a surprise too. Around 59% of all the RTAs notified to WTO contain environmental provisions. When it comes to, and all these agreements that are notified, they go through the factual presentations. So obviously that includes the provisions on environmental protection. And when it comes to biodiversity, so very often these agreements actually refer to, or some members enter into the agreement on the condition that the other side actually takes the commitment to respect the Convention on Biodiversity and so on. So there are several clauses that actually force the signing parties to respect these agreements. And surprisingly, when it comes to biodiversity, this is more specifically mentioned in agreements that involve Latin American countries. Colombia, Peru, Central America, and so on. And to some extent, EU agreements. Another place where discussions take place and you may not pay attention to either are the trade policy reviews. And that's relatively new because in my previous life, I actually worked in that division, and I can tell you we didn't pay attention to environmental consideration. But now in every TPR, when there are measures in place, actually they get reported there. And obviously, there will be discussions among the members on this when the review takes place. And members can ask just any question, and the examined member has to answer. So there is also, it's a fora where it's interesting to follow these discussions. So yeah, in short, we discuss more and more environmental consideration in the environmental provisions, and the issue environmental protection, biodiversity, and sustainability, but in 3 dimensions, is increasingly important in the conversations. When it comes to environmental protection, we see, for example, subsidies under environmental programs have been going up. They are more or less around $40 billion annually at this moment. What is now moving to, and there are many notified measures, you can check on the WTO website. Sandra will be probably talking those who are notified. They are not, those related to environment are not notified under the ag agreement. That's why I hand over to my colleague. And just to say, when it comes to rules making, this is where, so we discuss much more, but when it comes to rules making, as you know, our rules are binding. And therefore the commitments, to take a commitment to actually do something, especially about, for MC, we just had a ministerial meeting. We were discussing how to reduce trade distorting, domestic support, trade distorting subsidies. And obviously there is a strong link between trade distorting subsidies and so on. And I'm going over time. It's much more difficult. So I can take questions regarding to the negotiations, but when it comes to rules making, it's much more difficult, while rules have real value, because they would help to push members towards what is necessary, what has to be done, and also lock in reforms that have already been done. So should I stop here and I can develop the missing points later?
I think maybe yes, and I think maybe we're going to go back to that asking, because I think the missing point, sorry, so first of all, fantastic summary in terms of we are having discussions, but indeed the rules making is more difficult. And the question that remains somewhat unanswered is, what do countries agree on? Do you have like one point in half a minute, like quickly, like is there something that countries do agree on that we can build on, or whether it's still quite a mixed discussion?
A few years back, we couldn't even discuss sustainability in the negotiations. And now that has changed. So it comes up more and more. Environmental protection is clearly very important for everybody, and members agree about it. What are the main challenges are basically that, especially in the current international context, and this is where war in Ukraine did a lot of damage to agricultural negotiations, was till the war in Ukraine, members were discussing reforming. And when war in Ukraine started, members became like the fear of missing food, and for several countries couldn't import, and that set us back. And members are now like, I need to produce my own food at any cost. And this is, I think, that has made much more difficult the situation currently.
Fantastic. All of that is really helpful and also interesting. And I think we all are kind of aware of that, but it's an unfortunate setback in so many ways. Thank you, Ulla. That was great. Delphine, I'm going to turn back to you in the flow of the discussion. I'm going to try to dive into even more of what we agree on and what could we agree on. And that really links to Jason's point that, what is sustainable food production globally and where countries stand in terms of thinking it through. So Obviously, appreciating there are differences in national conditions and national circumstances. That's the key starting point. Do you feel at FAO that we might be approaching a space where we can agree on a certain core set of agriculture practices that are globally recognized as sustainable? And of course, if so, because that could be helping discussions in the trade space. And of course, Jason's point that he made earlier that, we can't. So where do you see the discussions are here?
Thank you, Marianne. It's a difficult question, but so for several decades, FAO has played a leading role in defining concept first and in promoting international treaties, policies, strategies and programs, and to sustainable development in food and agriculture. So first about terminology, there are several concepts, negotiated or not, with definitions that remain fairly broad, very often defining principles but not practices. But however, these common definitions are important to share the same vision of collective and concerted actions. And during the development of the draft GBF, FAO provided information on specific terms discussed, in particular in the context of Target 10. For example, those on sustainable agriculture, agroecology, sustainable forest management, biodiversity-friendly practices, etc. So even if more clarity is needed on some specific terminology used in the GBF, this should not prevent immediate action or delay the implementation of the GBF. And this is why FAO and its members, in response to the needs of country, have developed and negotiated relevant resources that can assist implementation at country level. I will mention some of them as examples. The FAO developed codes of conduct on pesticide management or for sustainable use and management of fertilizers. I can mention also the FAO International Treaty on Plant Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture. On pollination also, FAO developed measures at field, farm and landscape scales. On agroecology, we have the tool for agroecology performance evaluation and the 10 elements of agroecology guiding the transition to sustainable food and agricultural system. Or again, a range of voluntary guidelines, for example, on soil management, on land tenure, or on sustainable small-scale fisheries. And additionally, I want to mention also the Codex Alimentarius Commission, which is this intergovernmental body within the framework of the joint FAO-WHO Food Standards Program, and which produced guidelines for the production, processing, labeling, and marketing of organically produced foods in view to facilitate trade and prevent misleading claims. The last example I wanted to mention is FAO has developed a supplement to the UNCTAD guidance on core indicators for entity reporting on contribution towards SDG for businesses involved in agriculture production and food processing. And this guidance proposes a list of core indicators to be included in corporate sustainability reporting standards and requirements targeting agri-food companies. And it includes a detailed section on biodiversity. So all of these tools and guidelines are intended to facilitate the harmonization of requirements for sustainable practices at the international level, and may also provide assistance to governments wishing to establish national policies, regulation, and action in this area, of course, in function of their needs and situation, and FAO can support them. For information, also, FAO has recently launched the FAO Biodiversity Knowledge Hub, where all relevant FAO resources can be searched by GBF targets. So to respond to your question, I would say that yes, finally, with these common definitions of the main concepts and these different tools, proposing actions to country according their needs, we are moving towards a set of basic agricultural practices that are globally recognized as being sustainable. Thanks, I will stop. Yeah.
Delphine, thank you. And also thank you so directly for responding to the question. It also links to what I've also heard from colleagues from CBD, and I'm hoping that also gives some support towards, discussion at the WTO, if that can be helpful. Moving towards my colleague from UNEP, Beatriz Fernandez. So UNEP Environment and Trade Hub has worked a lot on sustainable agriculture and supply chains over the past years, including the smallholders and the smallholders' role in here. I was wondering, could you share with us some of the concrete enablers and ways forward that you have identified, especially when we move towards sustainable and biodiversity-friendly food systems? So key lessons learned from your body of work over the past couple of years that we can share. Thank you.
Thank you, Marianne, and thank you to all the participants for joining us in the last session on a Tuesday afternoon. So thank you for staying with us. I just would like to start by offering just a few reflections connecting trade with environment, but also with development. The agricultural sector is actually a sector that more than 500 million smallholders depend on it. Many of them are women. So this is putting us in context that, yes, it is an environmental issue, but it's also a development issue. So just wanted to bring that to the table. And also to share with you that there have been also very important developments. We already heard from our colleagues at the WTO. Now that we can talk about sustainability in this type of discussions, that's a huge development, as well as important developments recently in late February at the 6th UN Environment Assembly in Nairobi, where there were different resolutions adopted by the member states, one of them on pesticides that is important to the agriculture sector. And now I would invite the audience to join me and coming virtually with me to Asia, Africa, and Latin America, because UNEP, as part of our partnership in the Trade Hub, we hosted 3 regional consultations last year in these 3 regions. And the objective of this field trip was really to have 2 things. One, to sense and to take the pulse of the region. So let us understand what are the priorities, what are the challenges, but also what is working well already in the regions. And 2, what are the enablers for these regions to build a more sustainable agriculture, and what is the role of trade and trade policy to enable this. So I'm going to share with the audience and with all of you key recommendations that we've identified across these 3 regions that could be more concrete ways forward on how we can advance a more sustainable, resilient, and inclusive food systems, and the role of trade and trade policy to enable this. One of them is to set up centers of excellence that can provide this cross-cutting knowledge and innovation on policy approaches that are linking trade, agriculture, biodiversity, and development. Certainly with affordable services in terms of traceability, capacity development, education, partnerships, knowledge management. There was quite an important statement from the Africa region saying, we want to be at the forefront and we want to lead the agendas as well. So there's a mindset change as well. We also saw the example of ASEAN, the Center for Biodiversity, that joined us in the Asia consultation, where they were also providing examples of concrete programs where they are advancing sustainable agriculture in harmony with biodiversity and how trade is enabling that. There's another element that now that we're talking about smallholders, and those are the majority that is not always represented in the negotiation tables, it's important for them to have access to financing programs. It comes down to very simple things that if they do not have the certificate that they own the land, because maybe it comes from ancestors or because of indigenous communities, they wouldn't have access to financial programs. And therefore, they wouldn't be able to put in place the practices that would not only enable to have a more sustainable production systems, but also enabling them to access new markets or current markets, and also in light of the market regulations and the changes that we're seeing right now. These financial agreements sometimes could incentivize deforestation. For example, we heard this in one of the consultations, that giving these long-term loans from the banks were actually perceived as a high risk. So there was not incentive for the producers to change their practices. And just looking ahead, there are different elements that actually trade and trade policy can can enable. And one of the things I think was already initially mentioned here, but I think it's important that we need to harness the power of trade to eliminate the environmentally harmful subsidies that are perpetuating the environmental footprint of the agriculture sector. You probably have heard us in different interventions of UNEP that we have identified in a 2021 report that 440 billion US dollars are provided annually by governments on price incentives and fiscal subsidies. But out of these 504 billion US dollars, 87% were found to be distorting measures that harm not only the environment, but also human health. So all of this fiscal space that is freed up, it could be redirected to financing nature-based solutions, to helping implement the targets of the global GBF. And there are definitely more opportunities to also enabling trade as a catalyzer for smallholders to be part of this system. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Beatrice. And again, big congratulations on those regional dialogues you've been hosting, because they have provided us really nice concrete insights and recommendation list to bring to the audiences like here. Thank you so much for that. Back to the WTO, and Sandra, it's your turn. Given what you've heard, from colleagues from WTO, from FAO, and also from UNEP, what do you think? 1 to 2 concrete areas or avenues where progress could be made at WTO moving forward in discussions in 2024? Would it be in agriculture space, in trade space, in the informal discussions, or all of the above?
Thank you very much. And maybe before landing back from the regions to Geneva, I'll just pass by Dubai and recall that at the COP28, actually WTO and FAO signed an agreement to cooperate and collaborate on a range of issues. Of course, including the implementation of the agreement on fisheries subsidies, which is definitely part of the biodiversity landscape, but as well as on food and agriculture and trade and climate change. And a number of work streams that are related to standards, and so actually link very nicely with the presentation of Delphine. But back to Geneva now. Ula mentioned earlier the environmental notifications, and actually as there is no environment agreement in WTO, but environment is really enshrined into the preamble of the Marrakesh Agreement. We have an environmental database that is looking into all the different notifications received in WTO that have a link with environment. And since 2009, talking about the trends, environmental measures that are looking into protection of biodiversity and ecosystems have been reaching, since 2009 until now, about 1,800 measures notified. And if we look at a bit of more of the details of these trade-related notification and related to biodiversity and ecosystem, it includes grants, it includes technical regulation, it includes import licenses and sometimes bans and prohibition. Maybe if we go a little bit deeper, about 50% of these biodiversity-related measures are actually aiming at animal protection and plant protection. And natural resource conservation is constituting about 30% of this biodiversity-related trade measure. So we see already the ecosystem of biodiversity in this measures notification. So clearly there is an increased environmental measure, and the aim from members is to actively contribute to the preservation of environment and biodiversity. we would say it's unlikely to be phased down given the recently adopted Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. Probably one element and one takeaway is the importance of enhancing dialogue and coordination, and that's what we're doing today. Where at WTO could this happen? As my colleague has covered agriculture, I will be trying to cover the trade and environment related aspects and highlighting that members in the Committee on Trade and Environment have been reacting very positively to the adoption of the Global Biodiversity Framework and included suggestions on trade-related expertise to support the targets. And we may come further into details, but this could include technology to sustainable agriculture, to service that reduce pollution. So we see there is a new trend for a new objective of the CTE, which is the Committee on Trade and Environment, which is to hold thematic discussion. And we had two of them. They were focusing on energy transition, but certainly trade and biodiversity has been suggested by members, and the CTE could be a privileged forum for discussing comprehensively biodiversity and trade and nature positive trade. What I would like to highlight in the final 1 minute that I have is the initiatives that are plurilateral dialogues in WTO, meaning that a number of members, in that case 76 members, are coming together. The initiative I would like to highlight is TESD, which is the Trade and Environmental Sustainability Structured Dialogues. It's open to all members, by the way, so feel free to come, even if you're not a co-sponsor. And TESD has been working on 4 fronts. One of them is subsidies. And at the Subsidies Working Group has been delivering at MC13 a compilation of experience and consideration regarding subsidy design, focusing on several sectors, one of them being agriculture subsidies, and highlighting the importance and the contribution to Target 18 of the Global Biodiversity Framework. I would like also to mention that under Environment, Goods and Services, which is another working group, the TESD has delivered indicative lists of environment, goods and services related to renewable energy at the moment. That sustainable trade on bio-based goods that would not cause deforestation or soil degradation and could help regenerate ecosystems could very well also be part of the TESD discussions, depending on the members' wish in the coming years. I'll stop there, I guess, and remain available if you have any questions.
Thank you, Sandra. So just to summarize, there are opportunities and members are taking those up, which is a good sign. Just a quick mid-recap. I have 2 more questions, interventions here, not to mention latest, William, who hasn't had a chance to say a word as of yet. But since we started, so around 7 minutes late, we're gonna take a time for ourselves as well. So then you'll be having the final conclusions in slightly over the half past that we've had. But very quickly, Jason, what you've heard. I would like to just hear the WWF's minimum environmental standards Codex Planetarium idea, if you could walk us very briefly through that, because it's a very concrete idea where development could be going forward in the future, and of course something that is looking for home in the international institutions.
So there are 2 issues that we're focused on, and we're basically trying to create a conversation and work with other entities to begin to explore what a Codex Planetarius might look like. It's being based on the Codex Alimentarius work for minimum health and safety standards, phytosanitary standards, etc. This would be a set of minimum performance standards for producing globally traded food. And the goal is that global trade would not undermine the natural resource base, the renewable resource base of the countries that are exporting food, that it would at least maintain or actually improve it. And that would be a condition, starting with those 6 to 8 impacts that I identified before with just a single indicator for each. So that's the problem that we're trying to fix. The solution that we're also looking into in a similar multi-year kind of proof of concept way is the 1% solution that we're looking at with Brazil and Lula's government, as well as a few more, to put a 1% environmental service fee on the export of food. And that would, in the case of Brazil, for just 5 commodities, generate about $550 million a year, 1%. That would be invested in getting clear legal title for producers so that they can make investments in long-term sustainability, address deforestation, address reforestation, rehabilitate degraded lands, begin to zone lands for climate change and what can be produced and not. This 1% would be not be used to leverage or buy down other private sector investments. It would be grants to farmers, 100% of it, no overhead. And so the idea would be that we need to use the market to generate the mechanisms that we can use to then improve the market. There's not going to be enough money to do this. Maybe if we can begin to show this, we can begin to pivot some of the current subsidies into this type of program, or begin to use long-term contracts from the private sector to generate 30 or 40-year green bonds or sustainable development bonds that could accompany this process.
Thank you, Jason. That is, as far as I've often looked at it, a very interesting idea, and I'm hoping that is also so perceived by people listening in and thinking of slightly outside the box. But going to turn to William next. Last but not least, we'd love to really hear from the TEEB Agri-Food. So what have you been doing with TEEB Agri-Food? Key achievements, and what are the plans for 2024 onwards, of course, because this really links to the food systems and value that countries can see from that.
Sure, and thank you for the opportunity. So for those not aware, so the economics of ecosystems and biodiversity, TEEB as we call it, our tagline is making nature's value visible. And the core idea behind it is that nature provides many services on which humans depend that are not adequately captured in economic decision making. So by measuring and valuing these services, we try to design better policies to respond to the triple planetary crisis. And in the context of agri-food systems, the traditional metric used to measure performance has been yield or yield per hectare. And what we try to encourage through the TEEB for agriculture and food framework is looking at a wider set of metrics so that we can assess the way that we produce, process, distribute, consume, and dispose of food. And this kind of takes a whole of system approach that looks at potential changes in food systems and their impact across the environment, so natural capital, but also impacts across social and human capital. And this is something that in other lingo you might know as true cost accounting, and that meaning that we try to assess what is the true cost of food. And as Jason said, that is very different to the price that we pay for food. In order to transform food systems. And I'm sure many are aware that true cost accounting is the theme of the 2023 and 2024 State of Food and Agriculture report by FAO, which we're very proud to be partnering with. So we do this kind of analysis in, currently we're working in about a dozen countries. So to give you some quick examples, cacao agroforestry in Indonesia, native maize production in Mexico, soybean expansion in China, certified vegetable production in the Cameron Highlands of Malaysia, low carbon agriculture in Brazil. And what we do is we use kind of scenario analysis to project forward what these different initiatives, what their impact would be on a range of variables from crop production, human health, water quality, carbon sequestration, jobs and livelihood, social cohesion, women's empowerment, again, to try and get a kind of holistic picture that we can present to policymakers and say, this is the impact of decisions under your consideration. And I want to kind of quickly point to three, I guess, big themes from our work and support those with three complementary examples from the countries. The first one is that farmers need support during the transition towards more sustainable practices. And I'll base that on evidence from our work on Thai rice systems in northeastern Thailand. So our assessment there, I mean, what we're trying to bring is evidence, or part of what we're trying to bring is evidence to the debate over whether shifting from conventional agriculture to more sustainable practices, however defined, has an impact on yield and productivity. And I think, you know, like a lot of debates in any sphere these days, there seems to be increasing polarization between some people who are saying, on the one hand, nature positive practices are a threat to productivity, food security, and livelihoods. And on the other hand, some people see this kind of switch from chemical intensive to organic as a win-win-win-win-win situation where all the trade-offs are resolved and we have a perfect solution. So what our evidence is showing is that there is indeed a short-term yield penalty for switching in this context to more organic practices. But that is sort of over 2 to 3 years. And as farmers get more accustomed to new systems, the soil health improves, then yields and profitability also increase. And I think, you know, related to a point that was made in the previous panel in the context of people living in conservation areas, we can't achieve food system transformation if we expect the farmers to bear the cost of that transition, especially when many are in precarious financial positions and burdened with debt. Okay, I'm giving 1 minute, so maybe I'll just stick to one example. And I think, so that's the kind of really key message, is that whatever we're proposing, farmers need support during this transition, whether it's better extension services through direct support, financial mechanisms such as subsidies or price guarantees. There's a range of tools in the policy-making arsenal to support farmers and give them confidence that if they are making that transition, that their livelihood won't be threatened. And a lot of that relates to measures or mechanisms to turn the value of ecosystem services into a direct financial benefit for farmers. And that could be carbon markets, but it has to go much beyond the voluntary carbon markets. And there's a range of other payment for ecosystem services scheme, payment for hydrological services that can be used to kind of support farmers in that transition. I have more examples, but I know the time is limited, so I'll give back the floor and happy to share more offline.
Thank you, William. And I think the idea here really was, you know, both from Jason and from you, is to show that we do have tools, novel ones, but also existing ones at our toolbox to be able to take these things forward. So I think that message has been clearly and loudly received. With that, I'll bring this final session to close with a big thank you to audience listening, but also, of course, to my panelists who have done a wonderful job in such a whistle-stop tour of the state of play, ideas forward, but that's kind of what we had time for. So thank you for that. Thank you for entertaining this Mission Impossible with me in this Tuesday afternoon. Thank you, everybody. And back to you, Isabel.
Thank you very much indeed. We are approaching the end of the BioTrade Congress. And before I give the floor to Chantaline for the closing remarks, a few reminders. Don't forget to submit your completed survey either in the box outside or online. Also a reminder that all the brilliant presentations will be uploaded on the website, and rest assured that we are receiving so many positive messages about, you know, the quality of the presentations and the very inspiring speakers we've had over the last 2 days, that we'll make sure the presentations have a second life and will be used even more broadly. I'm now happy to give the floor for the closing remarks to Chantaline Carpentier, who is the head of the Trade and Environment branch at UNCTAD. Chantaline, over to you, and thank you all again.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. And Lorena will join me. Thank you, Isabel. Yep, maybe. Excellencies, esteemed colleague, dear participant. This BioTrade initiative, in close partnership with our partners, has been an agent of change for more than 2 decades. As we were reminded yesterday, the BioTrade principle and criteria are already used in over 80 countries by government, businesses, and civil society in a variety of sectors, from food, which we just heard, personal care, phytopharma, sustainable tourism, to name a few. Over recent years, interest in BioTrade products and services has surged, with global sales from entities implementing the BioTrade principle and criteria increasing from 40 million in 2003 to almost 31 billion in 2022. That is the moving from million to billion that we need. And I believe we can call this a success. And yet, much more is urgently needed. It has been a real pleasure to take part in this 7th BioTrade Congress and getting to know better this wonderful trade and biodiversity community. This is being my first BioTrade Congress. I had been following from New York, but experiencing firsthand the passion and innovation of this community and being exposed to its real impact on the ground in the life of people and communities that are the most impacted, and the real impact on these people has been a wonderful and warm experience. An experience that is here to stay. Biodiversity needs us, and we need her. As we've heard several times over the past 2 days, trade is an underutilized means to halt biodiversity loss, eventually reverse the trends. Secretary General Rebecca Greenspan said in her opening remark, "Let us trade." Yes, let us trade in a way that enriches our land biodiversity, revitalize our oceans, and purify our air. Let us BioTrade with the right support for that to happen. Thank you for all your feedback. Thank you for the evidence you collected and you shared with everyone. Thank you for the constructive exchanges and new encounter, both in front on this panel, but as well as in the corridors, including that nice cocktail last night where we celebrated actually one of our own, Ivana's birthday. I hope that, like me, you come away from this BioTrade Congress even more convinced of the importance of scaling and accelerating BioTrade and its impact under the umbrella of our global governance tool, the coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework and the SDGs. The timing is now. This requires moving beyond conservation of biodiversity to sustainable use of biodiversity, benefit and equitable sharing, providing sustainable livelihood through tools such as BioTrade that foster social cohesion and peace. BioTrade principles are key to address tension between people and conservation of biodiversity. The need to stack people and biodiversity has been mentioned several times over the last few days. And as was highlighted several times, it requires the engagement of an enhanced engagement of the private sector, but also alignment and full use of trade and trade policies, as this BioTrade Congress demonstrated that sustainable use of biodiversity is an area of comparative advantage to developing countries that must be addressed alongside climate change policies to capture synergies and avoid favoring monoculture over diverse landscape ecosystem that was mentioned in the case of Vietnam this morning. This is essential to halt and reverse the challenge of biodiversity loss, pollution, and climate change. Dear friends, this is an important year to scale effort and raise awareness, and I'm happy to inform that recommendation emanating from this session and over the last 2 days will feed into the 16th meeting of the Conference of the Party, the COP16, that our colleague from Colombia will be hosting, UNCTAD's 60th anniversary in June, implementation of the UNCTAD mandated work from our 15th conference, the Bridgetown Covenant, the Biodiversity Plan, the GBF, and the SDGs, as well as UNCTAD's 16th Ministerial Conference to be held next year. In closing, let me thank our brilliant speakers for taking the time to participate in the Congress and share their valuable insight and experience, and participate in person and online. And I'd like to single out our dear colleagues from our sister trade organization, IRTC colleagues, as well as the WTO colleagues. We would not be here today without the continuous, solid, and precious support of Switzerland through the Swiss State Secretariat of Economic Affairs, SECO. They are enabling us to make biotrade a reality in the life of the most vulnerable people in many countries, and allowing us to convene all of you to co-create the plan for our work, future work, as well as the partnership needed. Thank you, Patrick and Monica. We would also like to thank our partner and biotrade practitioners from across the globe, whose unwavering support and engagement in biotrade has made our work possible, including this Congress. Last but not least, and I'm glad Lorena is here, I would like to thank my colleague at UNCTAD for all the effort. They've been working a lot to put the 7th BioTrade Congress and make it a success. Lorena, Lika, Ivana, Marianne, Isabel, Theo, Rafe, Ludovic, David, and I'm sure I'm missing some, and others across the division that literally lended a hand because we were short of staff, including Geneva, University of Geneva colleagues that actually joined to help support. Sorry? And UBT, yes, indeed. Thank you for your support. Dear friend, I look forward to seeing the BioTrade family continuing its engagement and commitment vis-à-vis our people and our planet. We have the governance framework, and it is upon us to act now. Thank you. And I'll leave Lorena do the official closing of the Congress.
Thank you very much. So it's a pleasure to close the 7th BioTrade Congress, and we really look forward to seeing many of you in the different events that Chantaline mentioned, and including the COP16. Thank you very much. And the Congress is closed. Thanks.